Chapter 1. The Modern Period. History is the study of our past. It helps us know about the people of past, their culture and tradition, political, economic and social activities, development in the field of art and architecture, and so on. Since history is the study of changing patterns in society, time is very important in history. The changes that occur over time constitute the essence of history. By studying history, we try to know how things were in the past and how they have changed over the years. Things that we see today have their roots in the past. Periods in history. To distinguish major changes or events that occurred in different times in the past, historians have divided history into three periods: ancient, medieval, and modern. These broad divisions mark how society, economy, culture, and politics of one period differed from that of the preceding or the succeeding periods. Periodization in history has changed over time. We divide history into periods on the basis of something which has had a profound impact on the way we live. For example, some historians say that the change from the ancient to the medieval period occurred with the arrival of Turks in India. The process of setting up an empire brought about profound changes in the way of life of the people. Similarly, the change from medieval to modern occurred with the arrival of the British on the shores of India. Time in history. In history, a particular date is not as important as the span of time. History that was taught a few decades ago was all political history. It is easier to define dates for events in political history. For example, we know the sequence of events, year-wise, of the revolt of 1857. But for social, economic and cultural history, specific dates cannot be assigned. Can we pinpoint the day, the month, the year, when the feeling of nationalism started growing among the people of India? Sources. Since the modern period history lasted from mid-18th century to the independence of India, we have a lot of sources of this period. These sources are divided into archaeological sources and literary sources. Archaeological sources. These include buildings such as the Parliament House, Rashtrapati Bhavan, India Gate, Red Fort and Gateway of India. Literary sources. The literary sources for the period are many and varied. There are original documents like government reports, administrative records, official records of the British, surveys and so on. All these records have been carefully preserved in archives and museums. Official records. In the British government, every administrative decision was recorded and carefully preserved. Every executive, legislative and judicial body had record rooms in which even the smallest records were kept, well catalogued. Thus, the proceedings of each government department is available to us. This has helped historians immensely in their study of the period. Many of the official records of this period are now preserved in the National Archives of India. Survey report. The British also began the practice of conducting surveys. Population surveys, revenue surveys, land surveys, and many other types of surveys were conducted. Mapping was an important part of these surveys. The British made a large number of topographic maps. Census operations also began. All these reports are available to us. Other records. Diaries, accounts of pilgrims and travelers, newspapers, books, novels, and leaflets reflect the feelings of the Indians under British rule. People wrote in English and in the vernacular. Chapter 2. The expansion of British power. India was a significant trading center. Goods were exported and imported from distant lands of the world through seas and land. Merchants and traders from Europe and different parts of Asia came to India regularly. In the beginning, individual merchants traded with India. They did not get any kind of support from their respective countries. It continued till the early 17th century. The scenario of trading activities changed after the involvement of the governments of respective countries in trade activities. Many European countries began to form trading companies to trade with the East. The East India Company was one of them. It was formed in England in 1600 after getting a charter from Queen Elizabeth I to trade with the East. Important trading companies in India. From the 17th century onward, trading companies from Portugal, Holland, England, France, and Denmark began to set up their base in India. They established their trading centers in different parts of the country, especially in the coastal areas. Trade rivalry among the European companies. An intense rivalry occurred among the European countries for obtaining their control over the Indian markets of spices, cotton, silk, indigo, saltpeter, etc. All of them wanted to buy these goods at low prices in India and sell them at very high prices elsewhere, particularly in Europe. Since profits from trade were huge, each European country vied for a greater share of this trade. However, the quantum of trade was not sufficient to sustain all the companies. Slowly and gradually, the profits earned by them began to shrink. The only way to increase profits was by eliminating competitors and ensuring a trade monopoly. The companies which had the support of their respective governments set out to do just that. They built their own armies and were not averse to using force to achieve their goals. In course of time, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the Danes were ousted from the Indian trade. The English and the French became the key players, dominating trade between India and Europe. Anglo-French rivalry. Trade rivalry between the British and the French resulted in successive wars between them. These wars also commonly known as the Carnatic Wars. Since most battles were fought in the region within the present state of Tamil Nadu, the English and the French clashed thrice in the Carnatic. The wars lasted for nearly 20 years, 1744 to 1763. After this, the French ceased to be a strong political force in India. The way was clear for the establishment of British power in India. The beginning of British expansion in India. The English East India Company in the 17th century sent requests to the Mughal emperors for trade concessions and privileges. After the death of Aurangzeb, the Mughal Empire became weak. Taking advantage of this, the officials of the company began to intensify their operations in Bengal, the richest of the Indian provinces. In 1717, they succeeded in obtaining the right to import and export goods without paying customs duty. In the first half of the 18th century, the conflict between the Nawabs of Bengal and the company intensified. Bengal at that time was ruled by Murshid Quli Khan, Shujauddin, and then Alivardi Khan. They tried to keep the officials of the company in check. Alivardi Khan laid two conditions which the company had to obey or lose its right to trade in Bengal. The company, however, had by this time become very strong. After the military successes against the French, both in Europe and in India, it was feeling even more confident. To expand trade and secure markets, it now decided to annex territories in India. When Siraj-ud-Daulah became the Nawab of Bengal, matter became worse in 1756. He asked the company to remove all its fortifications in Calcutta. The company refused to do so. So the Nawab sent his troops and occupied the company's factories in Calcutta. The British officials were alarmed at this development. They decided to depose Siraj-ud-Dawla and install a puppet Nawab in his place. This resulted in a war. Battle of Plassey, 1757. The Battle of Plassey occurred on 23rd June 1757 between the armies of Siraj-ud-Dawla and the English East India Company. The British forces were led by Robert Clive, Mir Jafar, the commander-in-chief of the Nawab, and a large section of the Nawab's army loyal to Mir Jafar did not take part in the battle. Siraj-ud-Dawla was defeated, imprisoned, and later killed. The British made Mir Jafar the Nawab of Bengal. The Battle of Plassey is an important landmark in the history of India. It marked the first step in the transformation of a small trading company into a supreme political power. Battle of Buxar, 1764. After being defeated by the British, Mir Qasim fled to Awadh. He formed an alliance with Shuja-ud-Dawla, the Nawab of Awadh, and Shah Alam II, the Mughal emperor. The combined armies met the British forces at Buxar on 22nd October 1764. The Indian army was defeated. A treaty was signed and Shah Alam II granted the company the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. Shuja-ud-Dawla was made to pay 50 lakh rupees as war damages. Mir Qasim was deposed. Mir Jafar was made the Nawab once again. Growth of British influence. There were only two major powers in India during the second half of the 18th century, which could challenge the British power. These were the kingdoms of Mysore and the Marathas. The British launched wars against both. Anglo-Mysore Wars. Hyder Ali, 1761 to 1782, and his son Tipu Sultan, 1782 to 1799, were powerful rulers of Mysore. They opposed the British. Mysore controlled a large part of the spice trade. Tipu, in particular, did not want the British to trade in this region. He was also close to the French, something which the British did not like. Between 1766 and 1799, 4 wars were fought between Mysore and the British. In 1799, during the course of the 4th Anglo-Mysore War, the British defeated Tipu Sultan. Tipu died on 4th May 1799 while defending his capital, Seringapatam. Anglo-Maratha Wars. The Marathas had become weak after their defeat in the Third Battle of Panipat in 1761. The Peshwa was the head of the Maratha Confederacy. The British and the Marathas fought 3 wars. The Third Anglo-Maratha War, 1817 to 1819, destroyed the Maratha power completely. The Peshwa was exiled to North India, and his territories were taken over by the British. British expansion, 1798 to 1805. Lord Wellesley became the Governor-General of India in 1798. He acquired territories through the tactical methods of subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliances. British took an advantage of the rivalries among the Indian rulers by forming subsidiary alliance. They asked the rulers to accept the paramountcy of the British and sign a subsidiary treaty with them. In return, the British promised to protect the ruler from internal rebellions and from attacks by his rivals. The subsidiary alliance helped British to maintain a large army at the cost of the Indian rulers. They indirectly controlled the defense and foreign affairs of the protected ally, and could overthrow the ruler and annex his territories whenever they wished to. Peshwa Bajirao II signed a subsidiary treaty at Bassein in 1802. Many chiefs of Rajputana also accepted the supremacy of the British and signed treaties. With this, the British became the supreme political power in India. British expansion 1805 to 1848. The British power expanded rapidly from 1805 to 1848 in India as well as Southeast Asia. The British conquered Java and Sumatra from the Dutch. They also occupied Singapore and Sarawak in the Malay Peninsula. These conquests established their naval supremacy in the region and helped them control the Southeast Asian trade. Punjab. But Punjab was still an independent kingdom. It was ruled by Maharaja Ranjit Singh. He was on friendly terms with the British. He had built a strong army, equipped and trained like the European forces. As long as he was alive, the British did not interfere in the affairs of the kingdom. After the death of Maharaja Ranjit Singh in 1839, there was a struggle for power. In 1843, Dalip Singh, son of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, succeeded to the throne. The British defeated him and annexed Punjab in 1849. British expansion 1848 to 1856. Lord Dalhousie became the Governor-General in 1848 and devised a policy called the Doctrine of Lapse to annex other kingdoms. According to this policy, when the ruler of a kingdom under British protection, subsidiary state, died without a natural heir, his territory would not automatically pass to an adopted heir, but would lapse, that is, become part of the British Dominion, unless the adoption had been earlier approved by the British. Dalhousie annexed Satara, Nagpur, Jhansi, and many other kingdoms under the Doctrine of Lapse. Apart from the Doctrine of Lapse, Lord Dalhousie made misgovernment another ground for the annexation of other territories. Nawab Wajid Ali Shah of Awadh was accused of misrule and reluctance to introduce reforms. Awadh was annexed in 1856. Structure of administration. After annexing so many kingdoms, the British decided to consolidate their power. For this purpose, they decided to enforce a proper system of administration. So, they formulated policies to govern these territories. These policies were designed to consolidate the British rule in India. The welfare of the common people was never a priority for them. Through it, the company wanted to increase its profits from trade, increase the profitability of the territories it held in India, and strengthen its hold over India. The British divided the territories they held in India into provinces. 3 of these were Bengal, Bombay, and Madras. They were called presidencies. Each presidency was administered by a governor, with the Governor-General acting as an overall head. The district was looked after by the collector. He supervised revenue collection and the overall administration of the district. The day-to-day administration was carried out by the following 4 agencies: the Civil Service for general administration, the Army to protect the territories the British held in India, the Police to maintain law and order and ensure peace, the Judiciary to dispense justice. Chapter 3. Rural life during the British rule. Agriculture has been the main occupation of the people of India since the ancient times. When the British came to India, most of the Indian villages were self-sufficient. Most of the things that the villagers needed were produced by their fellow beings in the village itself. Farmers were the owner of their land. They paid a certain amount of their produce to the king in the form of land revenue. In case of crop failure, Due to lack of rain or any other natural calamities, the king reduced the revenue or sometimes totally wrote it off. But the British changed the whole scenario. The company had appointed agents to collect land revenue. They collected land revenues strictly and in cash. Besides, most of the agricultural or revenue policies started by the British were against the farmers. Permanent Settlement, 1793. The company wanted to have a regular income through the land revenue. So, the company fixed the land revenue of Bengal and Bihar on a permanent basis. This scheme was introduced in 1793 by Lord Cornwallis and came to be known as the Permanent Settlement. Its main features were as follows. The revenue to be collected from an area was fixed permanently with no scope of a revision later. The local zamindar was asked to collect the revenue from the peasants. Every year, he had to pay the fixed amount by a certain date. If he was able to collect more revenue from the land, he could keep the surplus amount. But if he could not pay the stipulated amount, he would lose his zamindari right. The land then would be given to another zamindar. This system of revenue collection proved to be very advantageous for the company. This system made the condition of farmers worse. They had to pay a very high revenue and could be evicted if they failed to do so. Mehalwari system. The Mehalwari system was introduced in present-day western Uttar Pradesh, parts of Madhya Pradesh and Punjab. In these areas, land was commonly owned by a group of villages called Mahals. The task of collecting the revenue and paying it to the company was given to the headman of each Mahal. Also, the revenue demand was not fixed permanently, but could be revised periodically. Ryotwari system. Thomas Munro was the man behind the introduction of Ryotwari system. It was introduced in parts of the Madras and Bombay presidencies. Under this, the company made a revenue settlement directly with the ryot or peasant. The farmer was the owner to the land as long as he paid the land revenue. Also, the revenue was fixed according to the fertility of the soil. Impact of agrarian policies. The British agrarian policies had a bad impact on the economic condition of the peasants. Land now became a saleable commodity which could be bought, sold or mortgaged. This had a deep impact on rural life and economy. During British rule, most peasants survived on very small incomes. The company's revenue demands, failure of crops and costly social customs such as marriages and festivals often forced the peasants to either sell part of their land or borrow money from the village moneylender. The moneylender mortgaged the land of the peasant and charged a high rate of interest. Once in debt, most peasants were unable to repay the money. So the mortgaged land was taken away by the moneylender. Once landless, the peasant found it impossible to support his family. Emphasis on the cultivation of cash crops. The British forced the peasants to grow commercial or cash crops such as indigo, jute, oilseeds, sugarcane, tea, coffee and cotton. These crops were widely used in the British manufacturing industries and hence the company encouraged their cultivation. The officials of the company forced the peasants to sow cash crops in their fields. In course of time, however, this practice resulted in a decline in the production of food grains and an acute shortage of food supply. Chapter 4. Tribal Society during the British rule. A tribe is a group united by a common name, language, territory and culture, in which the members take pride. A member of a tribe is known as tribal or Adivasi. The tribal communities form a substantial part of Indian population. They follow an intimate relationship with forest for their existence and subsistence. Nowadays, many tribal communities have merged with the mainstream of society, and they are indulged with many modern occupations. But it was not so during the British period. At that time, most of the British communities were fully dependent on the forest resources. The tribals led an isolated life. They did not want any outsider to interfere with their life. But the British wanted to acquire more land under the cultivation. So, they forcefully grabbed forest land and forced the tribals to work as laborers. Some important tribal communities were the Mundas, Santhals and Orams in the Chota Nagpur region, the Begas, Gonds and Khons in central India, and the Khasis and Nagas in the northeast. Social condition of tribals. There was no caste-based social division in tribal communities, as it enlisted in the other social groups. There was more equality among them. Land was owned by the whole tribal. Economic condition of tribals. The tribals depended on the natural resources of the region they lived in. Some tribes settled down in an area permanently, while others had a nomadic lifestyle and moved from one place to another. Shifting cultivation. The tribals living in central India and the northeast generally practiced shifting cultivation. It is also called Jhum cultivation or slash and burn cultivation. The tribals selected a patch of land and cleared it by cutting down the trees and burning them. Then they cultivated that land for some years. When the yield from the land decreased, they abandoned it and moved to a new area. Hunting and gathering. Most of the tribals lived by hunting and gathering forest produce. They collected fruit, roots, honey, and medicinal herbs from the forest. They either consumed these products themselves or sold them in the local market. Herding and rearing. Some tribal groups lived by herding and rearing animals. They were dependent on their herds of sheep or cattle. Most of the tribal people were nomad. Settled agriculture. With the passage of time, many tribal communities got settled at one place permanently. They began to cultivate crops on fields near their houses. Impact of British rule on tribal communities. The intrusion of British into the forest changed the social as well as economic conditions of the tribal communities. Landless tribals. The company forcefully grabbed the land of tribals. The landless tribals became wage laborers and were forced to grow cash crops. High revenue demand. Some groups of tribals were not deprived of their land. They were allowed to retain their land on the condition that they would pay revenue to the British. However, the revenue fixed was often very high. Settled agriculture. The company wanted a regular source of income. It found that pastoralists were difficult to monitor, as they neither had a permanent home nor a settled occupation. So it forced many tribals to become settled agriculturists and pay a fixed revenue to the company. Changes in forest laws. Many forest laws were changed by the company. One major change was that the company declared forest as state property. Restrictions were put on the collection of forest produce, on practicing shifting cultivation, on cutting trees, on hunting, and so on. Role of traders and money lenders. The deteriorating economic condition of the tribals became worse when they were further cheated by traders and money lenders. The traders charged very high prices for the goods they sold to the tribals. Also, the tribals often had to take short-term loans from moneylenders, who charged a very high rate of interest from the illiterate tribals. Tribal revolt. The atrocities caused by the company officials resulted in many tribal revolts during the 19th century. The Coal Rebellion of 1831 to 32 and the Santhal Rebellion of 1855 were major rebellions. The Orans, under the leadership of Jatra Oran, also rebelled. The most widespread and long-lasting protest, however, was that of the Mundas. Munda Rebellion. One of the most powerful revolts of the late 19th century was the Munda Rebellion. Concentrated in the Chota Nagpur region, it was led by Birsa Munda. Chapter 6. The Revolt of 1857. After the Battle of Plassey and Buxar, the British became a powerful political power in India. Gradually, they captured most of the Indian territories. The territories which were not under the direct control of the British had also acknowledged the British supremacy. By 1856, the British had captured almost the whole of India. During their direct and indirect rule over India between 1757 to 1856, the people of India suffered a lot. Almost all sections of Indian society were disappointed with the British policies. The rulers resisted the annexation of their territories. The noblemen were angered by the loss of their zamindaris. The peasants were angry due to exploitative system of revenue collection. The craftsmen hated the new economic policies, and the sepoys were unhappy due to unfair treatment of the British officers. All this disappointment and anger resulted in revolt called the Revolt of 1857. Causes of the revolt. Economic causes. The main cause of popular discontent was the British policy of economically exploiting India. This affected all sections of society. The peasants suffered due to high revenue demand and the strict policy of its collection. The British took away a large part of his produce. Most often, the peasant and his family starved. The rapid inflow of machine-made goods from Britain to India posed a sudden and unfair competition before the Indian artisans and craftsmen. Machine-made goods were cheaper to produce, but the Indian craftsmen made goods by hand. These cost more than machine-made goods. Thus, machine-made goods from Britain were imported into India without any duty being levied on them. People preferred to buy these goods as they were much cheaper. So, the traditional handicraft industry of India was ruined. The old ruling classes were displaced by the British. Due to the withdrawal of royal patronage, people who earned a living by following religious and cultural professions like priests, poets, and musicians lost their source of livelihood. Political causes. The annexation of Indian territories by the British had made many ruling classes upset. The last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, was one of them. The strict enforcement of the policy of the doctrine of lapse turned Rani Lakshmi Bai against the British. She led the revolt in Jhansi. Awadh. The annexation of Awadh was greatly resented since the Nawabs of Awadh had always been loyal to the British. The annexation was seen as an act of betrayal and backstabbing by the British. Social causes. The involvement of the British in social causes became another reason of displeasure in Indian societies. The British passed laws banning sati and legalizing widow remarriage. Women were encouraged to take up Western education. Some sections of Indian society, however, looked at these measures with suspicion. They interpreted them as examples of interference in the country's social customs. Religious causes. There was a fear among the people that the company wanted to convert all Indians to Christianity. As many natives converted to Christianity, these conversions were taken as proof of this fear. Military causes. Indian soldiers or sepoys formed the bulk of the company's army in India. As they were a part of society, they too suffered the consequences of oppressive British rule. The annexation of Awadh angered them greatly. Besides, they had other grievances. The sepoys were paid much less than the British soldiers. All high posts in the army were reserved for the British. The sepoys were not allowed to wear caste and religious marks. An act was passed that required the new recruits to travel overseas if needed. The Hindu sepoys resented this, as according to a popular belief, travel across the sea led to loss of caste. The Foreign Service Allowance or bhatta, which the sepoys got when they were sent to fight outside the country, was discontinued. Greased cartridges incident. A new rifle had been introduced in the army at this time. It was called the Enfield rifle or the Enfield Pritchett rifle, as Enfield, which is in England, was the place where it was manufactured, and Pritchett was the person who had designed its bullet. The cartridges of this rifle were covered with a greased paper wrapper. The sepoy had to bite off the greased wrapper before loading the cartridge, which consisted of gunpowder and an iron ball, into the rifle. News spread that the grease was made from the fat of cows and pigs. Hindus consider the cow sacred. They neither kill it nor do they eat beef. Muslims consider the pig dirty and do not eat pork. Hence, sepoys of both communities were enraged at such disrespect shown for their religious sentiments. They felt that it was an attempt to make them outcast. Beginning of the revolt. Mangal Pandey was the first soldier who openly revolted against the British on the issue of using the new cartridges. He was a sepoy in the 5th Company of the 34th Native Infantry Regiment, stationed at Barrackpore. On 29th March 1857, he fired at his British commander and asked the other sepoys to join him to end the rule of the company. He was, however, soon arrested and hanged on 8th April. The hanging of Mangal Pandey caused great unrest in army camps across India. On 24th April, 85 sepoys of the 3rd Bengal Light Cavalry, stationed at Meerut, refused to use the cartridges. On 9th May, they were publicly humiliated, dismissed from service and jailed. This sparked off a mutiny among the sepoys at Meerut. On 10th May, these soldiers raised the banner of revolt. They killed the British officers, released the imprisoned sepoys, seized arms and ammunition, and set fire to British properties. The sepoys then set off for Delhi. After travelling all night, they reached Delhi to the next morning. Here, the sepoys belonging to the regiments stationed at Delhi joined them. The sepoys then took control of Delhi. They declared Bahadur Shah Zafar as the Emperor of India and their leader. Spread of the revolt. The fire of revolt rapidly spread to other places in North and Central India. It was particularly strong in Kanpur, Lucknow, Jhansi, Bareilly, Gwalior, Faizabad and Arrah. In Delhi, Bakht Khan led the rebel sepoys. In Kanpur, Nana Sahib proclaimed himself the Peshwa. His troops were led by Tatya Tope and Azimullah. In Lucknow, Begum Hazrat Mahal led the revolt. She was assisted by Maulvi Ahmadullah Shah. In Jhansi, Rani Lakshmi Bai challenged the British authority. In Bareilly, Khan Bahadur Khan led the rebels. In Arrah and other places in Bihar and Jharkhand, Kumar Singh organized and led the revolt. Suppression of the revolt. By mid-1857, it appeared that the rule of the company was over at least in North India. The British, however, soon reorganized and fought back. They started recapturing the areas they had lost to the rebel sepoys. British commanders such as Colin Campbell and Henry Havelock were particularly successful. In September 1857, the British forces recaptured Delhi. So, within a year and a half, the British had completely suppressed the uprising. Causes behind the failure of the revolt. The revolt of 1857 was the first big challenge to British rule. It failed due to many reasons. The revolt did not spread to all parts of the country, nor was it supported by all groups and sections of society. The revolt was not organized properly. The revolts in different parts of the country were uncoordinated. The leadership of the movement was weak. Most of the leaders fought to liberate their own territories only. The rebels were short of weapons and finances. The company's army had access to modern weaponry and unlimited funds. British policy after the revolt. British policies in India underwent major changes after 1858. All these changes were made to strengthen their hold over India and prevent another countrywide uprising. In August 1858, the British Parliament passed an act by which the rule of the English East India Company in India came to an end. The act transferred all administrative powers to the Crown. All policies concerning India were to be framed by the government in Britain. The British government accepted direct responsibility for ruling India. Chapter 7. Education in India under the British rule. Education is the basis of all-round development of an individual as well as a society. But during the pre-British period, education was almost neglected in Indian society. There were only a few traditional pathshalas and madrasas, where a few students were taught. Sanskrit, Persian, and mathematics were the popular subjects. The British made certain reforms to strengthen the educational system of India. They wanted to make the Indians civilized, as they believed that the Indians were uncivilized. Besides, they wanted to educate people so that they could be inducted in the British administration. Since the British were costly employees, they wanted to educate the native people just enough to be employed in the administration. The Orientalists. In 1783, a British linguist, Sir William Jones, arrived in Calcutta, now Kolkata. He learned Sanskrit language to understand Indian culture and tradition. With the help of other like-minded people, William Jones set up the Asiatic Society of Bengal in 1784. He argued that Indian learning should be promoted in India. He wanted the government to set up institutions where ancient Indian texts could be taught. Sanskrit and Persian were to be the medium of instruction. Warren Hastings, the then Governor-General of India, also supported the Orientalists' view. He helped set up a madrasa in Calcutta to promote the study of Islamic law. In 1792, Jonathan Duncan set up the Benares Sanskrit College in Benares, now Varanasi, to encourage the study of ancient Sanskrit texts. The Anglicists. Many Britishers did not agree with the Orientalist vision of learning. They believed that Indian learning was unscientific and often supported superstitions. James Mill was of the opinion that to be useful, education needed to be practical. So the Anglicists felt that Indians should be imparted Western learning. His views were supported by Lord Thomas Macaulay. Promotion of education. The first genuine step regarding the development of education in India was taken by introducing the Charter Act of 1813. It provided for a sum of 1 lakh rupees to be spent annually on spreading education. But issues such as the nature of education, modern Western studies or traditional Indian learning, and the medium of instruction, English or vernaculars, were still unresolved. These issues were resolved in 1835 when the English Education Act was passed. It was decided that the money allotted for education would be spent on promoting Western education through the medium of English. Thus, the government stopped supporting Oriental institutions. Wood's dispatch of 1854. Charles Wood, the president of the Board of Control, did yeoman's service in spreading education in India, when in 1854 he sent a dispatch to Lord Dalhousie, the then Governor General of India. It emphasized the value of Western learning. It outlined many benefits of such an education. The Wood's dispatch set forth a comprehensive scheme of promoting education in India. It made a provision for spreading education from primary up to the university level. Thus, schools, colleges, and universities were to be set up. In 1857, universities were set up in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. The medium of instruction at the primary level was to be vernaculars, while at the higher levels it would be English. Education departments were to be set up in all the provinces. They were to be supervise education and to provide financial aid to the educational institutions in the province. Teacher recruitment and training institutions were to be set up all over the country. Indian reformers in education. Many Indians also contributed to the reforms in education in India. Reformers such as Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Swami Vivekananda, and Swami Dayanand Saraswati set up schools and institutions of higher learning. They believed that without education it was difficult to bring about reforms in society. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan felt the need of modern education for Muslims. He set up schools and had many scientific works translated into Urdu. His greatest achievement was the setting up of the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College in Aligarh. Maharaja Sayaji Rao. In the princely state of Baroda, Maharaja Sayaji Rao took the lead in promoting education. He set up many schools and provided funds for their upkeep. The Maharaja Sayaji Rao University was also set up here. Enlightened Indians. Enlightened Indians also played a leading role in the spread of education. They urged the government to spend more on education and to open more schools and colleges. Two leaders who were very attached to the cause of furthering Indian education were Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore. Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was against Western education. He felt that such an education was not rooted in the reality of India. He wanted an education that would help Indians take pride in their past. He valued practical knowledge more than learning from books. He wanted all students to learn a craft so that they would become self-sufficient and develop a sense of dignity for labor. This, he believed, would lead to the development of the body, mind and soul. This was the essence of Gandhiji's scheme of Nai Talim, new education. Rabindranath Tagore. Another scholar who promoted education in India was Rabindranath Tagore. He established the Vishwa Bharati University at Shantiniketan. He wanted to combine the best elements of Western and Indian educational systems. Growth of science. It was a common belief among all educated Indians that lack of scientific education was the main reason behind the backwardness of India. They pushed for setting up of departments of science in the national universities. Some of them set up scientific societies to popularize science. Mahendra Lal Sircar founded the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science in 1876 at Calcutta. Chapter 8: Social Reforms in India. The condition of women in the Indian society has always been a matter of concern. In the 19th century, Indian women were subjected to a number of inhuman social customs that made their lives miserable. Women were denied formal education and the right to inherit property. Widows could not remarry. Besides, sati, female infanticide, and child marriage, like social evils, also prevailed in the society. Indian society was also the victim of caste restrictions. This trend had given birth to many other social evils. Untouchability was one of them. To fight these social evils, many educated and enlightened Indians came forward and started social reform movements in India. Important associations for social reforms. In the first half of the 19th century, many enlightened people began to raise their voice against social evils prevailing in India. The reformers realized that many social evils and superstitions had kept the society backward and prevented Indians from progress. Some enlightened Indians formed association to work for reforms. Brahmo Samaj. In 1828, Raja Ram Mohan Roy founded the Brahmo Sabha, later called Brahmo Samaj, in Calcutta to work for social and religious reforms. Debendranath Tagore and Keshav Chandra Sen were actively involved in its activities. Veda Samaj. The Veda Samaj was founded in Madras in 1864. It was based on the ideals of the Brahmo Samaj. Its most important leader was Chembeti Sridharalu Naidu. The association attacked superstitions and the caste system. It also promoted women's education and encouraged the remarriage of widows. Prarthana Samaj. Mahadev Govind Ranade and Ramakrishna Bhandarkar founded the Prarthana Samaj in Bombay in 1867. The association worked for the abolition of the caste system and untouchability, improving the social status of women, widow remarriage, Hindu-Muslim unity, and the spread of modern education. Satyashodhak Samaj. In 1873, Jyoti Rao Govindarao Phule, affectionately called Mahatma Phule or Jyotiba, founded the Satyashodhak Samaj. Its membership was open to people of all religions. The association propagated caste equality and worked for the upliftment of the oppressed classes. Arya Samaj. The Arya Samaj was founded by Swami Dayanand Saraswati in 1875. Among other things, the association worked for the remarriage of widows. Ramakrishna Mission. Swami Vivekananda founded the Ramakrishna Mission in 1897 to work for socio-religious reforms. His guru was Swami Ramakrishna Paramhansa. Reform movements for women. Reformers believed that no reform could be effective until the position of women was improved. Many social evils hindered the process of the upliftment of women. These social evils were the practice of sati, the pitiable condition of widow, lack of education among girls, child marriages, female infanticide, that is, the practice of killing a girl soon after birth, polygamy, that is, the practice of having more than one wife, and parda system, banning of sati. Sati was the most cruel evil practice of the time. In this, a widow was burnt alive on the funeral pyre of her husband. The most vocal opponent of this practice was Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He launched a campaign against it. His persistent efforts yielded results and sati was declared illegal in 1829. Widow remarried. The condition of widows was also very pitiable in the 19th century. They were not allowed to remarry, nor could they attend family and community functions, because their presence at such happy occasions was considered inauspicious. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar launched a crusade for the betterment of the widows. He also wanted that widows should be allowed to remarry, if they so wished. His efforts led to the passing of the Hindu Widows Remarriage Act in 1856, which permitted widow remarriage. Education for girls. The reformers knew that without giving education to girls, their condition could not be improved. The biggest advocates of women's education were Mahatma Phule, Savitribai Phule, and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. In 1848, Jyotiba opened a school for girls belonging to the lower caste. Vidyasagar also started many schools for girls. Kandukuri Veerasalingam worked for the education for girls. Law against child marriage. Child marriage was common during that time. The reformers protested against this, and after a lot of struggle, the Child Marriage Restraint Act, also known as Sarda Act, was passed in 1929. The act fixed the minimum age for marriage of girls at 18 and for boys at 21, challenging the caste system. Another problem that plagued Indian society was the caste system. The Hindus were divided into castes and subcastes. At the bottom of the social ladder were the untouchables. Eastern India. Caste inequalities had also created a barrier in social growth. Raja Ram Mohan Roy realized that the reform of Indian society had to be preceded by a reform of Hinduism itself. He realized that to break free from the shackles of the caste system and the meaningless rituals of religion, people should be introduced to the original texts of Hinduism. Thus, he took up the task of translating the Hindu scriptures into Bengali. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and Swami Vivekananda also worked for caste reforms. Swami Vivekananda believed that caste was a social system and not a religious institution. Western India. In the western part of India, Gopal Hari Deshmukh, Jyotiba Ramakrishna Bhandarkar, M.G. Ranade and Ramabai Ranade were the prominent reformers. All of them spoke and wrote against the caste system. Southern India. Kandukuri Veerasalingam was one of the most important social reformers in South India. He started a Telugu journal to spread the message of social reform and caste equality. Chembeti Sridharalu Naidu also protested against the caste system. Sri Narayana Guru was another reformer from the south. He had experienced the oppressive caste system and devoted his life to the upliftment of the untouchables. Reformers such as E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, K. Kelappan and J.K. Madhavan fought for the right of the untouchables to enter temples. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was also actively involved in the temple entry movement. E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, popularly called Periyar, started the self-respect movement to fight against the domination of the Brahmins. The fight against untouchability. Mahatma Gandhi started a nationwide movement against untouchability. He called people of the so-called lower castes Harijans, or Children of God. He founded the All India Untouchability League and started the weekly Harijan. Chapter 9. Colonialism and Urban Change. Formation of new urban areas or development in existing urban areas is termed as urbanization. Urbanization has a close link with political and economic condition of a country. Due to change in political and economic condition of India, many changes took place in urbanization from time to time. In the medieval period, urbanization was closely linked with the rise and decline of kingdoms and dynasties. A second major social and cultural influence on the Indian urban scene was brought about by the Mughals. The final and the most significant influence on the Indian urbanization came from the Europeans, who ruled over India for nearly 150 years. Many existing urban areas lost their importance while many new urban areas came up during this period. De-urbanization. De-urbanization is just the reverse of urbanization. There was a large-scale de-urbanization in India during late 18th century and 19th century. Towns that were flourishing earlier lost their importance. The following reasons were responsible for it. The local textile industry was completely ruined. Towns such as Decca and Murshidabad, which were famous for their textiles, became less important. The British annexed large parts of India. The native rulers were displaced. As a result, there was a steep fall in the demand of luxury goods. The towns that produced these luxury goods declined in importance. Bengal, Bombay, and Madras had become presidencies. They were important centers of political power. So, a large percentage of trade shifted to these places. As a result, port towns like Surat and Masulipatam became less important. Growth of new towns. Though many old towns lost their importance, many new towns came up in different parts of India. But these were not industrial centers. They were set up by the British to suit themselves. Types of urban centers. The new urban centers set up by the British can be divided into many categories. Planned cities, one of them being New Delhi, came up at this time. It was a center of administration. Both cities like Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras became important. They played an important role in trade. Raw materials were sent to England from these ports. Similarly, manufactured goods from England landed at these ports, which were then redistributed throughout India. The British quest for cool retreats from the heat and dust of the plains led to the setting up of hill stations. Thus, Shimla, Ooty, and Darjeeling became popular. Many cantonment towns were also set up by the British. Lansdowne in Uttarakhand is a good example. Delhi in the 19th century. After Lord Wellesley defeated the Marathas and forced Peshwa Bajirao II to sign a subsidiary treaty, Delhi fell into the hands of the British. At this time, Calcutta was the capital of the British Empire. Delhi, however, was still the political center of the country, as the Mughal emperor stayed at the Red Fort. The revolt of 1857 changed the face of Delhi. After recapturing Delhi, the British troops plundered the city. All inhabitants of the city were driven out. The Red Fort was taken over and many structures inside the fort were converted into barracks for British soldiers. Some new structures were also built inside the Red Fort for the troops. Later, the British decided to change the entire landscape of Delhi. The area around the Red Fort was cleared. Large areas of the city were demolished. These included many buildings, bazaars, and localities. Delhi in the 20th century. A grand darbar was organized in Delhi in 1911 when King George V was crowned in England. It was in this darbar that the decision to shift the capital from Calcutta to Delhi was announced. Once Delhi was made the capital, the British set out to beautify it. The new city was deliberately made very different from the old city. This was because the British wanted to wipe out the memory of the Mughals from the minds of the people, and they wanted to show the enlightened nature of their rule and how much they were doing for the people of India. Edwin Lutyens and Herbert Baker embarked on the task of building the city of New Delhi. Work on the city began on a hill called Raisina Hill, where the Viceroy's palace, now the Rashtrapati Bhavan, was built. The Rajpath leads to this. The Secretariat buildings, now the North Block and the South Block, India Gate and the Parliament House, Sansad Bhavan, were also built. Thus, the new city of Delhi took along the lines of imperial style of architecture. New Delhi was officially inaugurated in 1931. Delhi after partition. Before the partition of India and Pakistan, there was a considerable population of both the Hindus and the Muslims. After the partition was announced, the Muslims prepared to leave the city and go to Pakistan. At the same time, Hindus from Pakistan flooded the city. Since Delhi was the capital, most migrants from Pakistan preferred coming to Delhi. A large number of Hindu and Sikh refugees came to Delhi. So, Delhi became a city of refugees. Most migrants were from Punjab in Pakistan. They were generally traders, merchants, and small shopkeepers. Initially, they lived in refugee camps. Later, the government designated some areas for the refugees. Refugee colonies came up here. Delhi thus underwent a major transformation. Today, it is a city of skyscrapers, flyovers, and big shopping malls. The beauty of Delhi lies in the fact that the old and the new continue to coexist here. Chapter 10. Changes in Art, Literature and Architecture. Most of the kings in the ancient times patronized different forms of art, literature and architecture. This was the reason that Indian art and architecture has always been admired by the people all across the world. Since ancient times, different schools of art such as the Mathura school, the Gandhara school, the Rajput school, and the Mughal school of art have flourished. During the period of British rule, many European artists began to visit India. They brought with them new styles and techniques in different forms of art and architectures. In this chapter, you will study about the important changes in art, literature, and architecture in India during the colonial period. Painting, the form of art which was influenced the most by the British style and technique, was painting. The styles and techniques brought by the British are called imperial traditions. These painters popularized the technique of oil painting. Features of imperial tradition. Realistic landscape painting was one of the important features of imperial tradition. The artists produced real and lifelike paintings. They could be scenes of nature, crowded streets, and monuments. They used the technique of perspective, in which objects which were near appeared bigger, and objects which were far away appeared smaller. Another important feature was that of portrait painting. Rich and powerful people, both British and Indian, commissioned painters to draw life-size portraits. Many Indian Nawabs had their portraits painted by European artists. The Indian tradition. Many Indian kings also patronized painting and encouraged local traditions. Tipu Sultan commissioned local artists to cover the walls of his palace with murals. In these, the artists drew scenes of Tipu and Hyder Ali's victories over the British. Popular art. With the passage of time, the number of painters outside the court was larger than the number of court painters. The tradition of painting was particularly popular in Bengal, especially in Kalighat. Here, scroll paintings were very popular. The painters painted mythological themes and images of gods and goddesses. The style was non-realistic and non-lifelike. Gradually, the painters were influenced by their surroundings and began producing paintings on social and political themes. With the rise of nationalism, the paintings began to carry nationalist messages. Religious symbols began to be used to express nationalist ideas. In some paintings, India was depicted as Bharat Mata, a goddess. In this way, painters began to draw different themes to inspire people against British rule. National art, Indian style of painting, took a new turn in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Raja Ravi Verma created a distinct style of his own. He was a master of oil painting and created realistic images. He generally painted themes from Indian mythology and from the epics. The tradition of painting was always popular in Bengal. Here, Abanindranath Tagore created a style of painting that was different from that of Raja Ravi Verma. Nandalal Bose, a student of Abanindranath Tagore, painted scenes from ancient legends. He used shading to give a three-dimensional effect of the figures in his painting. Photography. In India, the art of photography became popular in the mid-19th century. Photographers from Europe traveled to India and began promoting and popularizing photography. One of the photographers was Felice Beto. He photographed India during the revolt of 1857. He and the other photographers of this period, especially Samuel Bourne, were more keen to capture the moments of British military triumphs and record diversity of India. The theme of photography went through a change when the Indians began to identify their national identity. British and European photographers continued to show a colonial mindset, but the Indian photographers began to record the rising tide of nationalism. Literature. Earlier, the Indian literature was based on religious pursuit and mythology, but it became mature during the 19th and 20th century. Most of it was not related to the present. Now, literature adopted secular and national themes. The individual became important and his day-to-day problems and struggles became the central theme of the literary works of this period. New forms of writing, such as novels, short stories, dramas, and essays, became popular. Some great writers in the regional languages were Munshi Premchand and Bharatendu Harish Chandra in Hindi, Muhammad Iqbal in Urdu, Rabindranath Tagore, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, and Sarat Chandra Chatterjee in Bengali, Fakir Mohan Senapati in Odia, Hemchandra Barua and Lakshminath Besbarao in Assamese, Hari Narayan Apte and Vishnu Shastri Chiplunkar in Marathi, Kumaran Assam and Ballathal K. Narayana Menon in Malayalam, Gurak Sada Appa Rao in Telugu, K. Venkatappa Gowda Puttappa in Kannada, and Subramanya Bharati in Tamil. Rabindranath Tagore's song Jana Gana Mana became the national anthem of our country after independence. Growth of the press. The British were the first to start newspapers in India. During the course of the 19th century and later, a powerful Indian press grew both in English and in the vernaculars. With the growth of political consciousness and the beginning of political activities by Indians in the second half of the 19th century, there was a sudden increase in the number of Indian newspapers. While some English newspapers owned by the British were supporters of the British rule, Most others, both in English and the vernaculars, voiced the aspirations of the Indians. They gave voice to the grievances of the Indians and their demands. During the freedom struggle, they were a powerful force to mobilize the people. But most of the owners and editors of the newspapers were persecuted at the hands of the British, and many a time jailed also for supporting the nationalist movement. Music and dance. Music and dance also developed as fine arts during the period of colonial rule. Both Hindustani and Carnatic music prospered. In Bengal, Rabindra Sangeet was popular. Film music gained popularity from the 1930s. Dance was popularized by Rabindranath Tagore and Uday Shankar. Architecture. Indian style of architecture was also influenced by the British style of architecture. The colonial architecture exhibited itself through both institutional and utilitarian buildings. The Victoria Memorial was built to commemorate the zenith of the British Empire in India. Madras and Bombay also felt the impact of colonial architecture. The University of Bombay was established in 1857. It was one of the first educational institutions to be established. The Gateway of India was completed in 1924. The British constructed monumental buildings primarily to reflect the glory of their empire. The majestic Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, formerly known as Victoria Terminus, is one such edifice. Chapter 11. The National Movement, First Phase. You studied how the anger and disappointment among the native people got burst in 1857 and resulted in a massive revolt. Though the revolt was suppressed by the British, yet they became more careful and alert. The British government realized that the company could not control such a huge country properly, so it decided to take over the control of India in its hands. The British government assured Indians that they would get a better governance to pacify their anger. But the revolt of 1857 had already sown the seeds of nationalism in the hearts of Indian masses. The second half of the 19th century led to a political awakening among the people. There was a growth of national consciousness, and consequently a new kind of movement took shape, growth of nationalism. The strengthening of a common national identity gave rise to an organized national movement in India. It was national in character, as it represented the aspirations of the Indian people as a whole. People started looking beyond their regional boundaries and thought of India as a single nation, and themselves as a part of this nation. With this growing sense of unity came the feeling of nationalism. Factors behind the growth of nationalism. Let us read about the factors that contributed to the rise of nationalism in India. Discontent against British rule. Since most of the British policies were against the country and the people, there was disappointment in almost all sections of Indian society. The peasants had to pay high taxes. The artisan was ruined by foreign competition. The factory workers received very low wages. The British made no attempt to encourage agriculture and industry. Employment opportunities for the educated Indians were limited. The attitude of superiority adopted by the British considered themselves a superior race and the Indians as belonging to an inferior one. All these factors resulted in growing opposition to British rule. Political, administrative and economic unification of the country. India was first time unified by the British in real sense. The British introduced a uniform system of governance throughout the country. Laws, at least in theory, were uniformly applied to all. Economic life in India became interlinked after the introduction of modern industries. People from all parts of the country worked in these industries. By working and traveling together, caste, community and regional feelings began to weaken. A feeling of solidarity and togetherness developed. The railways, telegraph and postal system helped people to come in contact with one another. Spread of modern education. The spread of modern education also helped in the rise of nationalistic feelings. The British had introduced modern Western education to prepare some Indians to work at low posts in the administration. The British also believed that if Indians were exposed to Western thoughts and ideas, they would become supporters of British rule in India. The British expected that since educated Indians would be dependent on them for employment, they would always remain loyal to them. However, their expectation proved to be wrong. Exposures to Western ideas made people more conscious of their rights. They were impressed by the ideas of freedom and equality, popularized by the American and French revolutions. They began to criticize the government for suppressing these ideas in India and denying basic human rights to Indians. Role of the press. The Indian press played an extremely important role in strengthening national consciousness. The newspapers of the period highlighted the anti-Indian policies of the British government and asked the people to unite and work for a common cause. Both the English and the vernacular press became a medium to mobilize public opinion and create a feeling of national bonding. The government tried to suppress the growing feeling of nationalism and patriotism by banning newspapers and books. These attempts, however, failed. Immediate factors. The increasing atrocities of the British had made the people of our country to think for their national identity. The policies of the Viceroy, Lord Lytton, intensified discontent against British rule. Ilbert Bill controversy. Ilbert Bill introduced by Sir Ilbert, a law member during the reign of Lord Ripon, created uproar in 1833. It had a provision which gave Indian judges the power to try cases involving Europeans. Immediately, the whole European community started an agitation opposing the bill. These protests forced the government to withdraw the bill. To the Indians, it was a proof that they could never expect equality from the British government. Birth of political associations. Many educated people began to form political associations in India after 1850s, so as to bring the people together and to put pressure on the British. One of the first such associations was the British India Association, formed by Surendranath Banerjee in 1851. In 1852, the Bombay Association and the Madras Native Associations were set up. Many associations were set up in the 1870s and the 1880s. They included the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, the India Association, the Madras Mahajan Sabha, and the Bombay Presidency Association. Since all these associations were active in a very limited sphere, most of the leaders felt a need for an all-India organization. Indian National Congress. A retired British official, Alan Octavian Hume, called for a meeting in Bombay. He wanted to create an association which would be under the supervision of the British and which would let the government know the demands of the Indian people. The meeting convened by A.O. Hume was held at Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College from 28 to 30th December 1885. This became the Indian National Congress. It was attended by 72 delegates from all over the country. The moderate phase. The Congress was dominated by the moderate leaders during its first 20 years. Surendranath Banerjee, Dinshaw Vacha, Firoz Shah Mehta and Gopal Krishna Gokhale were some important moderate leaders. They were moderate in their objectives and methods. They believed in constitutional methods and in methods of persuasion. British attitude towards the Congress. In the beginning, the British established a cordial relation with the Congress. Some British officials even attended Congress sessions and actively participated in the discussions. However, soon the British turned hostile towards it. They began to openly criticize the Congress. They realized that instead of becoming a means to contain the anger of the masses, the Congress was becoming the focus of Indian nationalism. The radical phase. The attitude of many Congress leaders changed when they saw the ignorant attitude of the British. The new group of leaders were called radical nationalists or simply as radicals. They were led by Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Bipin Chandra Pal, popularly known as Lal Bal Pal. These leaders felt that the present ways of the Congress were ineffective. They were in favor of more radical objectives and methods. They called for strong political actions such as strikes, boycotts of British institutions and goods, and mass demonstrations to spread awakening among the people and to achieve political reforms. Partition of Bengal 1905. Since Bengal province was politically most active, the British decided to divide it into two parts. On 19 July 1905, the Viceroy, Lord Curzon, issued an order dividing the province of Bengal, then consisting of present-day West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha and Bangladesh, into two parts. The decision of partition was widely criticized and almost all sections of society rose up in opposition. Demonstrations and public meetings were held throughout Bengal. People of all communities tied sacred threads on each other's wrist to express their solidarity and oneness. The national movement, instead of weakening, became more organized, radical and mass-based. Swadeshi and boycott. The partition of Bengal gave rise to two new methods of struggle, Swadeshi and boycott. Swadeshi literally means of one's own country. It was aimed at popularizing goods manufactured in India so that Indian industries could prosper. The method of boycott focused on asking people to boycott goods manufactured in Britain. This way, the British would stop treating India as a dumping ground for British goods. The movement soon spread all across the country and people began to boycott British goods and began to use Indian goods. Surat Split 1907. The movement against the partition of Bengal had temporarily united the moderates and the radicals. However, the differences in objectives and methods between the two were not easy to reconcile. At the Congress session in 1909 at Surat, there was a split between the two groups. The moderates began to control the Congress, and the radicals decided to function from outside. The two groups were reunited in the Congress session at Lucknow in 1916. Revolutionary movement, the first phase. There emerged another group of people in the early 20th century in Bengal, Punjab and Maharashtra. Their idea was based on revolutionary methods. Young men advocated the use of force to expel the British from India. They formed secret societies to train their members in the use of firearms and explosives. Two of the most active revolutionary societies were the Abhinava Bharat Society in Maharashtra and the Anushilan Samiti in Bengal. The Chapekar brothers assassinated two unpopular British officials in Maharashtra. In 1908, in Muzaffarpur, Bihar, Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chakki threw a bomb at Kingsford, the district judge. In 1912, an attempt was made on the life of Viceroy Lord Hardinge. Some revolutionary leaders who worked from outside India were Lala Hardayal, Ras Bihari Bose, Shyamaji Krishna Verma, Madam Bhikaji Kama, Muhammad Barkatullah, Sohan Singh Bhakna, V.D. Savarkar and Obidullah Sindhi. The British used all means to suppress the revolutionaries. Khudiram Bose was hanged. Aurobindo Ghosh and Barindra Kumar Ghosh were put behind jail. Some revolutionaries were sentenced to life imprisonment. Chapter 12. The National Movement, Second Phase. The period of national movement from 1919 to 1947 is also referred to as Gandhian era. This is just due to his exceptional method of freedom struggle. With the arrival of Mahatma Gandhi on the political horizon of India, the national movement became still stronger and more mass-based. Born on 2nd October 1869 at Porbandar, Gujarat, he received his early education in India. Later, he went to England to study law. Thereafter, he went to South Africa to practice law. He spent about 22 years, 1893 to 1915, in South Africa. There he fought against the oppression of the white rulers against the Indians living there. He returned to India in 1915. He evolved the concept of satyagraha or non-violent struggle against oppression. In this chapter, you will study about the second phase of Indian national movement. Early campaigns. Gandhiji started his first movement at Champaran in Bihar in 1917. Here, peasants on the indigo plantations were forced to sell indigo at prices fixed by the European planters. These prices were very low. Gandhiji protested against this and forced the government to increase the price at which the planters bought indigo from the cultivators. In 1918, Gandhiji led the workers of the textile mills in Ahmedabad against the mill owners. Ultimately, the mill owners had to raise the wages of the workers. Montague, Chelmsford Reforms, 1919. The government passed the Government of India Act of 1919, popularly known as the Montague-Chelmsford Reforms. Some of its important features were as follows. The Central Legislative Council was made bicameral, that is, it would consist of two houses, the Imperial Legislative Assembly and the Council of State. Elected members now formed the majority in both the houses. No significant change was made in the power of these houses. The system of diarchy or dual government was introduced in the provinces. The state subjects were divided into two, reserved and transferred. Subjects like finance and police, which the British considered more important, were put in the reserved list. They were under the control of the governor and his council. Subjects like education and public health, which the British considered less important, were the responsibility of ministers who were responsible to the legislature. Real power thus remained with the British officials. The act disappointed the Indians. Protests broke out all over the country. In March 1919, the government passed the Rowlatt Act. Under it, the government could arrest anyone without a warrant and imprison him without a trial. This further aroused public anger and led to mass demonstrations. Jallianwala Bagh Massacre, 1919. In Punjab, police arrested two important leaders, Dr. Saifuddin Kichlew and Dr. Satya Pal, on 10th April 1919. On 13th April 1919, the festival of Baisakhi was being celebrated on this day. People gathered in a park in Amritsar called the Jallianwala Bagh to protest against these arrests. The peaceful gathering was attended by men, women and children. General Dyer, the military commander of Amritsar, came to the park with some soldiers and blocked the only entrance of the park. He then ordered his men to open fire. The firing lasted for nearly 10 minutes till all the ammunition was exhausted. Hundreds of people were killed and thousands were critically wounded. This shocking incident resulted in widespread protest all across the country. All national leaders condemned this cowardly act. Rabindranath Tagore renounced his knighthood. The government declared martial law in Punjab. Khilafat movement 1920. The Khilafat movement was organized by the Ali brothers, Muhammad Ali and Shaukat Ali, in protest against the injustice done to Turkey, which had fought against Britain after the First World War. Turkey was important to the Indian Muslims as the Sultan of Turkey was also the Caliph or Khalifa and was the head of the Muslims throughout the world. The Khilafat leaders put pressure on the British government to give better treatment to Turkey. Through this demand, Muslims were drawn into the national movement in large numbers. Non-cooperation movement 1920 to 1922. Congress decided to start a non-cooperation movement under the leadership of Gandhiji against the rigid attitude of the British. The movement aimed at protesting against British repression in Punjab, the Punjab wrongs, and their policy towards Turkey. It was also for the attainment of self-government. Start of the movement. The movement started with giving up of honorary titles received by the Indians from the government. Gandhiji gave up the title of Kesari Hind. This was followed by the boycott of schools, colleges, legislatures, law courts and elections to the legislatures. People were asked not to work and not to cooperate with the government in any manner. Foreign clothes were burnt in public bonfires and strikes were organized at many places. The movement was supported by almost all sections of the society and was a big success. On 5th February 1922, a crowd of peasants was leading a protest march through the village. The police beat a volunteer picketing shops. This agitated the peasants and they set fire to the police station. 22 policemen died. Mahatma Gandhi was strictly against any violence and he immediately withdrew the movement. Non-cooperation to civil disobedience 1922 to 1930. Congress got divided into two groups after the withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement. One group, led by C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru and Vittal Bhai Patel, wanted to end the boycott of the legislative councils. These leaders felt that if the Congress continued to boycott the elections, people who were loyal to the British would get elected and then the government would have absolute power to do anything it wanted. The second group, called the No Changers, opposed joining the councils. This group wanted to undertake a constructive program. This group was led by Vallabhbhai Patel, C. Rajagopalachari and Rajendra Prasad. Gandhiji was arrested and sent to jail after he withdrew the non-cooperation movement. He was released in February 1924. After his release, the Congress resumed its constructive programs. Some issues that were focused upon were removal of untouchability, promotion of Hindu-Muslim unity, and spread of Khadi. Revolutionary movement. The second phase. A new group of revolutionaries emerged after the withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement. In 1924, the revolutionary leaders formed the Hindustan Republican Association, HRA. Its objective was to overthrow the British through an armed revolution. In 1925, a group of revolutionaries stopped a train at Kakori in Uttar Pradesh and took away some government money. On 8 April 1929, Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt threw a bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly to protest against the Public Safety Bill and the arrest of 31 labor leaders. They made sure that the bomb was harmless and no one was injured. After throwing the bomb and shouting anti-British slogans, both of them surrendered. Bengal was on the top in revolutionary activities. Young men targeted unpopular police officers and magistrates. In 1930, 3 young revolutionaries, Binoy Bose, Badal Gupta and Dinesh Gupta, killed the Inspector General of Prisons. Among the revolutionaries of Bengal, the most famous was Surya Sen. He organized the Indian Republic Republican Army. The strict steps taken by the British administration against the revolutionaries weakened the revolutionary activities. Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were hanged on 23rd March 1931. Chandrasekhar Azad also died fighting the British at Allahabad. Simon Commission 1927. In 1927, the government appointed a commission to look into the working of the Government of India Act of 1919 and suggest further administrative reforms. This commission was called the Simon Commission after its chairman, Sir John Simon. The Indians were extremely disappointed with the commission. This was because all the members of the commission were Englishmen and the government refused to accept the demand for self-government. Purna Swaraj Resolution. At its annual session in 1928, the Congress passed a resolution demanding dominion status, that is, government by the Indians. It was a little less than complete independence. It was also declared that if dominion status was not given within a year, the Congress would settle for nothing less than complete independence. In December 1929, the Congress held its annual session at Lahore. Jawaharlal Nehru was the president of this session. In it, the Congress declared Purna Swaraj, complete independence, as its ultimate goal. Civil Disobedience Movement 1930 to 1934. Under the leadership of Gandhiji, the Congress launched the Civil Disobedience Movement in 1930. It started with the Dandi March. Gandhiji always thought of innovative methods to oppose the government. This time, he decided to break the salt law. The government had a monopoly on the manufacture and sale of salt. People had to buy salt from the government. So, this was an issue which touched the life of every Indian. On 12th March 1930, Gandhiji, along with 78 followers, left the Sabarmati ashram at Ahmedabad and travelled towards Dandi, a village on the west coast of India. After walking for 25 days and covering a distance of 385 km, the group reached Dandi. Here, Gandhiji broke the law by making salt. Quit India Movement 1942. In August 1942, Mahatma Gandhi launched the Quit India Movement. A resolution was passed on 8th August 1942 in Bombay by the All India Congress Committee declaring its demand for an immediate end of British rule. The Congress decided to organize mass struggles all over the country. The government took repressive steps. Immediately, the Congress was banned and most of its leaders were arrested before they could start mobilizing the people. By December 1948, over 60,000 people had been jailed. Azad Hind Fauj, the formation of Indian National Army, INA, also known as Azad Hind Fauj, gave momentum to the national movement. An important role in its formation was taken by the Indian Independence League, an association formed by Raj Bihari Bose. General Mohan Singh was the leader of this army. It consisted largely of the Indian prisoners of war who were serving the British and had been captured by the Japanese during the Second World War. Subhash Chandra Bose, popularly known as Netaji, became the head of the Azad Hind Fauj in 1943. On 21st October 1943, he declared the formation of the Provisional Government of Independent India in Singapore. He went to the Andamans and hoisted the Indian flag there. In 1944, the Azad Hind Fauj attempted to enter India through the north-eastern route. Netaji also took the help of Japan to organize an anti-British revolt. His slogans of Delhi Chalo and Jai Hind won many supporters to his cause. The Azad Hind Fauj failed to liberate India from British rule. Subhash Chandra Bose reportedly died in a plane crash towards independence. In February 1946, the cabinet mission arrived in India. It presented the independence plan. The plan proposed the formation of an interim government and the convening of a constituent assembly composed of members elected by the provincial legislatures and the nominees of the rulers of the princely states. Independence and partition. The Muslim League raised an obstacle in the path of freedom by demanding a separate country for the Muslims. The princely states also wanted to retain their status. Lord Mountbatten came to India in March 1947 as the new viceroy. He presented a plan according to which India was to be divided into two countries, India and Pakistan. The princely states could join either. Meanwhile, Hindu-Muslim riots had broken out in many parts. The announcement of the partition led to more riots, particularly in Punjab and Bihar. Lakhs of people were killed and millions became homeless. The national leaders toured the disturbed areas to prevent people from killing each other in the name of religion. Gandhiji kept a fast unto death to stop these killings. To prevent further killings, the Congress reluctantly agreed to the partition. At that time, it was perhaps the only option left to prevent a civil war. A separate country comprising West Punjab, Sindh, Northwest Frontier Province and East Bengal was created. It was called Pakistan. On 15th August 1947, India became independent after almost 200 years of British rule. Jawaharlal Nehru became the first Prime Minister of independent India. Chapter 13. India after independence. When India got independence on 15th August 1947, many crucial problems were already waiting for the moment. The British had ruined Indian economy. To solve the economic problem and ensure development was a major challenge. Partition gave another wound. The rehabilitation of the refugees was a big problem. The third important issue was caused by the princely states. Their integration was also a big challenge. The fourth challenge was to draft a constitution for the country. Apart from other challenges, these four challenges needed immediate attention. Integration of the princely states. There were more than 550 princely states in India at the time of independence. Each of these was ruled by a Maharaja or a Nawab. They had to persuade it to join India. Displaying diplomacy and tact, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel persuaded most of them to join India. The rulers of Kashmir, Junagadh and Hyderabad remained undecided for a long time. Later, all three agreed to join India. Rehabilitation of the refugees. After partition, crores of people who wished to live in India migrated to India from Pakistan and needed rehabilitation. This problem was tackled by the creation of a rehabilitation ministry. As an immediate solution, relief camps were opened and food was distributed. New township and colonies were developed. Financial help was also provided to them. Framing a constitution. To run the country, a constitution was needed. The Constituent Assembly was formed to prepare a constitution. The chairman of the drafting committee was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He played a very important role in framing the constitution. The Constitution of India was adopted on 26th January 1950. Since then, this day is celebrated every year as our Republic Day. An independent foreign policy. Since independence, India is stick to independent foreign policy. The start was made by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru when he defined non-alignment, disarmament and peaceful coexistence as the guiding principles of India's foreign policy. Non-alignment. Most of the countries of the world polarized between two superpowers, USA and former USSR, after the Second World War. Consequently, an atmosphere of tension, distrust and fear developed. It was known as the Cold War. As many former imperialist colonies were attaining independence at this time, both powers tried to draw these newly independent countries into their respective blocs. India did not wish to ally itself with either because it was aware of the high price of military involvement. It tried to initiate a movement for world peace. Our leaders felt that peace did not mean only the absence of war. It also meant healthy cooperation among nations for the benefit of all. This policy came to be defined as the policy of non-alignment. India at present. India has come a long way since independence. It is time to assess our successes and failures during these 6 decades. Achievements. India is inhabited by the people of different religions and languages. But despite such diversity, India has managed to stay united and hence strong. India remains a secular and democratic nation. People have the right to vote in the elections and elect their representatives. We have a free press that has become very vocal over the last few years. We also have an independent judiciary. Agricultural output is at an all-time high, and there has been a robust industrial growth. Challenges to be tackled. There is, however, much more to be done. Removing poverty is the biggest challenge. Crores of Indians are still below the poverty line. They do not get even 2 meals in a day. There is also a lot of caste inequality in our society. The untouchables continue to be discriminated against in some places. They are still not all allowed to draw water from public wells or to enter temples. There is also a lot of gender inequality. Making education available to all is another challenge for the decades ahead. The Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan needs to be pursued more aggressively. An accompanying challenge is to create jobs for the millions of youths passing out from schools, colleges, and technical institutes. Indians today are much more aware and responsible. They want a change and are willing to work for it. Chapter 14. Resources. We get various useful things from nature. These things like air, water, soil, wood, forest, etc. are the gifts of nature to us. We fulfill most of our daily needs from these gifts. Nature not only sustains life on the earth but also provides various things to make our life comfortable. Resource refers to all the materials available in our environment which help us to satisfy our needs. These materials are converted into resources by value addition. This is possible by processing them into finished products with the help of suitable technology. Until man was not aware of the technique required to convert the force of flowing water into electricity, flowing water was not a resource. When a technique was developed to harness this force of falling water, it became a resource. Nowadays, falling water is used to generate hydroelectricity. Thus, this gift of nature has become a valuable resource. Types of resources. Resources are generally classified into natural resources, human-made resources, and human resources. Natural resources. The gifts of nature, such as land, air, water, soil, minerals, natural vegetation, and fossil fuels, are known as natural resources. Some of these resources can be used directly by us, that is, without any modification or processing. However, most natural resources need to be processed to produce goods fit for consumption. Natural resources can be further classified on the basis of their origin, development, renewability, and distribution. Classification of resources on the basis of origin. Biotic resources. Biotic resources include plants, animals, and microorganisms. Some examples of these resources are forests, agricultural crops, and wild and domestic animals. Most of the biotic resources have the capacity to reproduce, provided the environmental conditions are favorable. Abiotic resources. Abiotic resources are obtained from physical or non-living environment. Land, water, air, minerals, and power resources are abiotic resources. Classification of resources on the basis of development. Potential resources. Those resources whose total available quantity is not known at present are called potential resources. These resources are not used at present but can be used in the future. Actual or developed resources. Those resources whose total quantity and quality are at present known are called actual or developed resources. Classification of resources on the basis of renewability. Renewable resources. These resources which are not exhausted after use and can be used again and again are called renewable sources of energy. Some of these resources are unlimited, like solar and wind energy. These are called inexhaustible resources. Non-renewable resources. Those resources which are available in fixed quantities, like minerals and fossil fuels, are called non-renewable resources or exhaustible resources. These resources, once exhausted, cannot be replaced. Classification of resources on the basis of distribution. Resources are not uniformly distributed over the earth. According to their distribution, resources can be ubiquitous or localized. Resources that are found everywhere, such as air and sunlight, are called ubiquitous. Resources which are found at certain places are known as localized resources. Gold and silver are localized resources. Human-made resources. There are various natural resources which need modification for better use. Human beings are capable of changing such natural resources into useful products. They use their knowledge and skills to develop technology to convert the natural resources into useful products. Human beings use natural resources to develop buildings, roads, machinery, and vehicles. They are known as human-made resources. Human resources. Human beings themselves are a very important resource. All the natural resources are of no use unless or until human beings utilize them for useful purposes with the help of their knowledge, skills, and technology. Only human beings can discover, exploit, develop, and convert the available or potential resources into useful products or wealth. Conservation of resources. Using natural resources carefully without wasting them is called conservation of resources. When we use natural resources properly for today's need and also conserve them for the future generations, it is called sustainable development. The use of resources should be sustainable. Nowadays, people are being made aware of the situation which may arise as a result of large-scale destruction of natural resources. Each one of us has to make a sincere effort to save our natural resources for the future of our planet. Chapter 15. Land, Soil and Water. Our Earth's surface is made up of land and water. About 71% of the surface of the Earth is covered with water and the remaining 29% is land. Land is one of the most important resources. All parts of the land surface are not useful or inhabitable. Therefore, the distribution of population is highly uneven. About 90% of the world's population occupies only 30% of the land area. The areas which have steep slopes, marshlands, deserts with extreme hot or cold climate and thick forests are generally uninhabited or sparsely populated. In contrast, the plains and river valleys which have suitable climatic conditions and fertile soil are densely populated. Pattern of land use. Land is used for different purposes such as cultivation, grazing, mining, setting up of industries, settlements, and so on. Land use depends upon various physical, economic, and human factors. Some of these factors are relief, climate, soil, land tenure, technical know-how of the people, and duration of any particular occupation carried out in a certain area. The slope of the land, climatic conditions, the quality and thickness of soil cover, the nature of rocks and minerals, the availability of water, helping in deciding the land use in a particular area. Moreover, the lifestyle of the people, the location of a place and its accessibility with other regions also affect land use. It can also be modified by the construction of new roads and railways in a particular area. The total amount of land available on the Earth's surface is limited. However, the number of people and their demands are increasing. Thus, to get the maximum benefits from land, we should prepare a plan of land use. Any modification or change in land use should be done only after a detailed survey. This helps in maximum utilization of land resources. Conservation of land resources. We can conserve land resources in the following ways: checking deforestation, adopting scientific techniques, conserving soil and forests, providing irrigation facilities, increasing the use of manure and chemical fertilizers, afforestation and land reclamation, checking overgrazing. Soil resources. The topmost soft covering of the Earth's surface is called soil. It is formed by breaking up of rocks due to natural forces like rain, heat, cold, etc. It is a very important resource. Formation of soil. Soil formation is a very slow process. It takes thousands of years to form only a thin layer of soil. The factors responsible for soil formation are as follows. Parent rock. The main rocks which break into small fragments and provide basic particles of soil are called parent rocks. Parent rock influences the color, texture, chemical properties, mineral content, and permeability of the soil. Relief. The elevation and the nature of slope influence the rate of weathering and drainage of water. Thus, flat areas have a thicker layer of soil as compared to steep slopes. Climatic conditions. Climatic conditions also play an important role in wearing and tearing of rocks. Seasonal distribution of temperature and rainfall determines the type and effectiveness of weathering of rocks and humus formation. Plant and animal organisms. Plants and microorganisms add organic matter to the soil. Dead plants provide humus which is consumed by other forms of life like bacteria. Humus gives a dark brown color to the soil. Soil profile. A vertical section of soil from the surface to the parent rock is the soil profile. The process of soil formation gives rise to well-marked horizontal layers in the soil profile. These horizontal layers are called soil horizons. The soil horizons are usually named A, B, C, and D from the uppermost layer of the soil to the parent rock below. Horizon A, topsoil. It is the topmost layer. It contains soluble minerals and organic material, humus from decayed plants and animals. Horizon B, subsoil. Below the topsoil is a layer of sand, silt, and clay. This layer is called Horizon B. It is also called the subsoil. This layer has more mineral content than Horizon A, but has very limited organic matter. Horizon C, rock fragments. Below the layer of Horizon B lies the Horizon C. It has small pieces of rocks. The true soil develops from these rock materials. These rocks are not affected by biological processes. Horizon D. Horizon D has unbroken solid rock material lying below Horizon C. Soil erosion. The removal of topsoil is known as soil erosion. The soil loses its fertility due to erosion. Different physical and cultural factors cause soil erosion. The physical factors include the slope of the land, intensity of rainfall, and velocity of wind. Human activities responsible for soil erosion include deforestation, overutilization of land, overgrazing, and adoption of unscientific farming methods. Soil conservation. Soil conservation includes all those measures which can protect the soil from erosion and fertility exhaustion. The different methods adopted for soil conservation are based on the local environment. Some of them are as follows. Afforestation is the best way to conserve soil. Rows of trees should be planted at short distances in the field to provide shelter belts. Overgrazing by animals must be checked. The existing agricultural practices should be changed by adopting the following measures. 1. Rotation of crops, that is, the cultivation of different crops on the same piece of land each year during different times. 2. Strip cropping is a method of agricultural practice in which particular crop is sown between the rows of one crop, leaving no area uncultivated. 3. Terrace farming in the practice of cutting steps in the hill slopes to provide flat land for cultivation and to check the soil erosion. 4. Contour plowing is the cultivation of land along the contours in order to check the flow of water which otherwise can wash away the soil. 5. Cover crops are grown in order to cover the bare ground. Such crops are grown mostly in orchards and plantations where the gestation period of tree crops is long. 6. Fallowing or allowing the land to rest so that the natural forces can replenish soil fertility. Water resources. You know that about 71% of the Earth's surface is covered with water. Out of the total amount of water present on the Earth's surface, only about 3% is fresh water. About 2/3 of this fresh water remains frozen in the ice caps and glaciers. Only about 1% of this fresh water available on the Earth's surface is fit for human use. Therefore, fresh water is the most precious natural resource. Water scarcity has become a serious problem in the world. Most of the countries of Africa, West Asia, Australia, Western USA, and parts of South America face acute water shortage. Unexpected rise in population growth has increased the demand for fresh water manifold. Water shortage is also caused by misuse, over-exploitation, and contamination of water resources. Conservation of water resources. This is high time that we think over the issue of shortage of fresh water seriously and take proper and immediate steps to conserve it. This can be done by adopting the following measures. Water pollution is one of the main factors responsible for the shortage of water. Water is polluted by industries which discharge their waste products such as nitrates, metals, and pesticides into water. This can be controlled by treating the impurities before releasing them into water bodies. During the rainy season, rainwater should be collected and stored for use during dry periods. This practice is called rainwater harvesting. Sprinklers can be effectively used to irrigate the fields using less quantity of water. More trees should be planted, as trees reduce surface runoff and recharge groundwater storage. Chapter 16. Natural Vegetation and Wildlife. Air, water, and land are the basic requirements for the sustenance of life. So, life is found in the narrow zone where the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere meet. This narrow zone is called the biosphere. Life on the earth is found in two main forms, plants and animals. All the naturally growing plants are together called natural vegetation. However, all kinds of natural vegetation have been modified by human beings in our age. So, all types of plants, whether natural or modified, are included in natural vegetation. Wildlife refers to all plants, animals, birds, and organisms which live in their natural habitat. Distribution of natural vegetation. The growth of vegetation depends on types of soil, climate, and availability of water. The availability of these essential requirements varies from place to place. Thus, we see different types of vegetation in different parts of the earth. Forests. The cluster of trees which grow close to each other are called forests. They grow in hot and humid climate. A true forest is one in which trees grow so close to one another that their canopies touch. Forests of the tropical region. In the tropical regions, both evergreen and deciduous trees are found. The evergreen trees are found in the equatorial region, while the deciduous trees are found in the monsoon region. The main tree species found in the equatorial forests are ebony, mahogany, rosewood, rubber, and ironwood. The number of tree species is less in the monsoon forests, but there is a dense undergrowth. The trees shed their leaves during the dry season. The main trees found in these forests are teak, sal, shisham, sandalwood, and bamboo. Forests of the temperate region. There is mild winter and moderate rainfall in the temperate region. The forests have trees, shrubs, and bushes. There is less undergrowth. Most of the trees are deciduous, which shed their leaves during the autumn. In some areas, the deciduous trees are replaced by coniferous trees. The main trees found in these forests are oak, ash, beech, elm, poplar, and pine. Forests of the taiga region. Coniferous forests are mainly found in the taiga region. Coniferous trees are evergreen, tall, and have straight trunks with needle-shaped leaves. The main trees found in the taiga region are Douglas fir, spruce, sitka, larch, and redwood. Grasslands. The total amount of rainfall and its seasonal distribution decide the location and extent of the grasslands. The grasslands cover about half of the area of the world, excluding Antarctica. The grasslands of the world are broadly classified into two major types. Tropical grasslands. The tropical grasslands are found between the equatorial forests and the tropical deserts. These areas receive moderate rainfall during the summer season. These areas also experience a distinct dry season. Thus, tall grasses grow in such areas. These grasslands are called the savanna. They are found in almost every continent. Temperate grasslands. The temperate grasslands are found between 30° to 55° latitudes in both the hemispheres. These treeless grasslands are situated in the interior of the continents. The temperate grasslands are known as prairies in North America, pampas in South America, steppes in Eurasia, velds in South Africa, and downs in Australia. Shrubs. Shrubs are found either in hot deserts or in very cold regions like the tundra. Desert vegetation. Hot and dry deserts are found in the western part of the tropical and subtropical regions. These areas experience very high temperature and very low rainfall. Therefore, the vegetation of these areas has thorns, wax-coated leaves, thick and spongy stems, and long roots. Tundra vegetation. Tundra vegetation is found in the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere, especially in Eurasia and North America, and in the high altitudes of mountains. During the short summer season, when the snow cover melts, mosses, lichens, and short grasses cover the ground. These are called meadows. Conservation of natural vegetation. Steps required to conserve natural vegetation are given below. Protecting the forest reserves, increasing the area under forest cover, discouraging the practice of shifting cultivation, protecting forests from forest fires, planting adequate trees to make provisions for future needs, encouraging social forestry, distribution of wildlife. The distribution of wildlife depends upon the climatic and natural vegetation. Let's study about the wildlife of different parts of the world. Africa. Africa is rich in wildlife. Elephants, hippos, rhinos, pythons, crocodiles, gorillas, apes, and chimpanzees live in the equatorial forests. Grass-eating animals like deer, giraffes, zebras, stags, and elephants are found in the savanna grasslands. Flesh-eating animals like lions, tigers, and leopards are also found in large numbers. Camels and ostriches are found in the deserts. South America. A wide variety of animals and birds are found in South America. Rhea is a flightless bird like ostrich, while condor is the largest bird of prey in the world. Anteaters and armadillos are ancient mammals of South America. Llamas are found in the Andes Mountains, while anacondas are found in the marshlands. Other animals include jaguars, pumas, alligators, and giant turtles. Australia. Australia is known for many unique animals. Half of them are marsupials. Kangaroos and koalas are found only in this continent. The duck-billed platypuses, lyrebirds, emus, kingfishers or kookaburras are other significant animals and birds. Europe. Since most of the forests have already been cleared in Europe, limited wildlife is found there. The main animal species found in this continent are polar bears, wild boars, wolves, sheep, and native antelopes. The fur-bearing animals like minks, sebels, and ermines are now also raised on fur farms. The well-known birds include partridges, larks, skylarks, cuckoos, and nightingales. North America. The animals found in North America have thick fur to protect themselves from the cold climate. The main animal species found here are the reindeer, Arctic foxes, musk oxen, sebels, polar bears, and blue foxes. In other parts of the continent, one can find elks, mooses, bisons, badgers, beavers, and hedgehogs. Asia. Asia has a great diversity in wildlife. Monkeys, leopards, sloths, tigers, elephants, and lions are found in the tropical areas. Herons, cranes, bears, and foxes are found in the temperate areas. Fur-bearing animals like lynxes, minks, sebels, polar bears, musk oxen, and Arctic foxes are found in the taiga and tundra regions. Antarctica. The water body which surrounds the continent has creatures which range from small krills to whales. Penguins are native to this continent, and they have become the symbol of Antarctica. Snow petrel, which resembles a small white dove, is also found here. Several types of seals and albatrosses inhabit the coastal areas, especially during the summer seasons. Chapter 17. Minerals and Power Resources. Minerals and power resources are one of the most valuable natural resources. They are considered the backbone of the industrial development that we have achieved today. Minerals and power resources form the basis of our present lifestyle and standard of living. Minerals, a resource. Minerals are defined as inorganic natural substances found in the Earth's crust. Since Earth's crust is made up of rocks, we can say that minerals constitute the rocks. In fact, rocks are defined as combination of homogeneous substances called minerals. Classification of minerals. Most commonly, minerals are classified on the basis of their composition as metallic minerals and non-metallic minerals. Metallic minerals. Metallic minerals contain metals in them. Metals are hard substances which have a typical luster. They are good conductors of heat and electricity. Metallic minerals are further grouped into two types: ferrous minerals and non-ferrous minerals. Iron ore, manganese and chromite are called ferrous minerals as they are associated with iron. Non-ferrous minerals do not have any association with iron. It contains other metals such as gold, copper, tin, silver, etc. Non-metallic minerals. These minerals do not contain metal. Mica, limestone and gypsum are examples of such minerals. Distribution of minerals. Let us study about the distribution of minerals in different continents. Asia. Asia is rich in many minerals. The important minerals found are iron ore, tin, bauxite, nickel, manganese, copper, zinc, lead, antimony, mica, and tungsten. India, China, Russia, Azerbaijan, and Southeast Asia have rich deposits of iron ore. Asia produces more than half of the world's tin. India and Indonesia are the main producers of bauxite. India is the largest producer of mica in the world. Europe. The main minerals found are iron ore, zinc, bauxite, lead, potash, sulfur, copper, and mercury. Europe is the leading producer of iron ore and the deposits are distributed throughout the continent. The main producers are Ukraine, Russia, Spain, Germany, France, Sweden, and UK. Bauxite, an ore of aluminium, is found in France, Norway, UK, Austria, Russia, and Italy. Rich deposits of lead and zinc are found in Belgium, France, Spain, Germany, and Poland. North America. North America is also rich in many minerals. USA is the second largest producer of iron ore in the world. Iron ore is found around the Great Lakes. The Canadian Shield region has vast deposits of iron ore, nickel, gold, uranium, and copper. The Western Mountains have deposits of copper, zinc, lead, gold, and silver. South America. In South America, the Eastern Highlands, parts of Andes Mountains, and Venezuela are rich in mineral resources. Brazil is the largest producer of iron ore in the world. Chile and Peru have rich deposits of copper. Brazil and Bolivia are the leading producers of tin in the world. Africa. Africa is the storehouse of valuable minerals. The copper belt of Africa runs from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to Zambia. Guinea is the leading producer of bauxite. Gold is mined in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is the largest producer of cobalt. Uranium deposits are mostly found in South Africa and Niger. Diamonds are mostly found in Kimberley in South Africa. Australia. Many kinds of minerals are also found in Australia in good quantity. Australia is the largest producer of bauxite in the world. Rich deposits of diamond, gold, iron ore, tin, and nickel are found here. Other mineral deposits include manganese, zinc, lead, silver, copper, nickel, uranium, and tin. Antarctica. It is believed that there are reserves of coal, iron ore, copper, uranium, gold, and silver. Due to thick ice cover, it is difficult to explore and exploit the mineral resources of this continent. Power resources. Power resources are the basis of the growth and development of agriculture, industry, transport, and communication. The power resources are of two types: conventional and non-conventional. Conventional sources. Fossil fuels such as coal, petroleum, and natural gas are the main sources of conventional energy. Coal. This is the most abundant source of power. It occurs in layers of varying thickness in sedimentary rocks. The four varieties of coal are peat, lignite, bituminous, and anthracite. Coal is widely used to generate thermal electricity. Petroleum. We obtain petroleum or mineral oil from organic materials trapped in the layers of sedimentary rocks. Important oil fields of the world are along the margins of young fold mountains, in the coastal areas and in the offshore regions. Mineral oil has great importance in the economy. A variety of products like petrol, diesel, kerosene, wax, plastics and lubricants are obtained by refining crude mineral oil. Natural gas. Natural gas is generally obtained along with petrol. However, it may also occur alone. The larger fields of gas often have no oil. Nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is obtained by nuclear fission in nuclear reactors. Minerals like uranium and thorium are used for nuclear fission. When nuclear fission, breaking of atoms, is done, a lot of heat energy is released. This heat, called nuclear energy, is used to generate electricity. Non-conventional sources. Non-conventional sources of energy are being promoted. The energy is abundant, renewable, pollution-free and eco-friendly. Solar energy. The sun is the main source of energy on the earth. In the tropical region, solar energy is widely available, but it has not been fully developed due to lack of available technology. Photovoltaic cells convert sunlight directly into electricity. Solar water heaters, street lighting, cooking, pumping, and solar ponds are becoming popular all over the world. Hydel power. Hydel power is a clean and environment-friendly power resource. Hydroelectricity is produced by using the force of falling water. The water can fall naturally or can be made to fall by building dams across river channels. The falling water is channelized to enter a turbine, and the moving blades turn the generator to produce electricity. Wind energy. Wind is another important source of non-conventional energy. The cost inputs are only at the initial stages. Once electricity generation starts, cost-free power is regularly available. Geothermal energy. The heat energy of the interior of the earth is called geothermal energy. It comes to the surface in the form of hot springs. This heat energy can be used to generate electricity. Tidal energy. The rise and fall of seawater in the coastal areas are called tides. The energy from high and low tides is used to turn the turbines and generate electricity. Biogas. Organic waste such as farm waste, animal waste and human waste is decomposed to form biogas. It is useful for cooking and lighting homes. Conservation of mineral and power resources. The following steps are helpful in conserving minerals and power resources. Efficient utilization of resources, improvement in the techniques of extraction and purification, recycling of resources, saving mines from collapsing. Chapter 18. Agriculture. Human beings need money to fulfill their needs and to live a dignified life. To earn money, they have to work. The work they do to earn money is called their occupation. There are numerous occupations in this world that people pursue. These occupations have been grouped into three broad categories: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary activities refer to extraction and production of natural resources from the environment. Agriculture, animal rearing, mining, and fishing are examples of primary activities. Secondary activities refer to processing of the primary products to make them more useful. All manufacturing activities are part of secondary occupations. Tertiary activities refer to providing services to society. Doctors, engineers, teachers, drivers, and plumbers are examples of people engaged in tertiary activities. Types of farming. On the basis of geographical conditions, demand of the product, labor, and level of technology, farming can be classified into the following main types. Subsistence farming. Subsistence farming is mainly practiced to meet the needs of the farmer's family. In this type of farming, the farmer uses primitive methods to produce a variety of crops. He does not look into the suitability of the soil for the cultivation of those crops. The labor is provided by the members of the farmer's family. Shifting cultivation. In shifting cultivation, the land is cleared by cutting and burning bushes and trees. The farming methods are primitive. Crops like yam, maize, cassava and potatoes are mostly grown. After about 2 to 3 years, the soil loses its fertility and becomes unproductive. Then the farmer shifts to another part of the forest. This method is also called slash and burn agriculture. Nomadic herding. People who move in search of pastures for their domesticated animals are known as nomadic herders. Their seasonal movement with livestock uphill during summer and downhill during winter in search of pastures is called transhumance. Intensive farming. In intensive farming, the farmer tries to get the maximum possible output from a small plot of land. The farmer uses simple tools and abundant human labor. Rice is the most important crop grown. Other crops cultivated are wheat, maize, sugarcane, pulses, and oil seeds. Commercial farming. When farming or herding is done for commercial purposes, it is called commercial farming. The farms are generally large in size and the investments are high. The farmers try to keep the cost of production as low as possible. Extensive farming. In the regions where the size of farmlands is very big, extensive farming is practiced. In this type of farming, the farm work is done by machines. 1 or 2 commercial crops are generally grown. The most important crops grown are wheat and maize. Mixed farming. In mixed farming, livestock are reared along with crop farming. Fodder crops are cultivated along with food crops. Cattle rearing for milk and meat is an important feature of mixed farming. Plantation agriculture. Plantation agriculture was introduced by the Europeans in the tropical and subtropical regions. The farms, called estates, are very large. Efficient and scientific methods are used. Cheap and skilled labor and huge capital investments are required. Mostly a single crop of tea, coffee, sugarcane, rubber, banana, spices and cotton is grown. Dairy farming. Dairy farming is practiced mainly near the big cities where people do not have time and space for cattle rearing. Dairy farms need a large labor force to look after the cattle. At present, machines are widely used for milking, feeding and cleaning the cattle. Chapter 19. Major crop and agricultural development. When a particular kind of plant is grown on a large scale for its produce, it is called a crop. There are various types of crop. We can group them into food crop and cash crop. Food crops include wheat, rice, maize, and millet. Cash crops refer to all those crops which are used as raw materials in the industry. They include fiber crops, cotton, jute, and beverage crop, tea, coffee, cocoa, and also sugarcane, tobacco, and rubber. Rice. Rice is the main crop cultivated, especially in the tropical and subtropical regions. It is the staple food for at least half of the world population. Geographical requirement. High temperature about 25 degrees Celsius during the growing season. High humidity and rainfall about 150 centimeter to 200 centimeter. Alluvial clay soil which can retain water. Flooded fields when the plants are growing. Wheat. Wheat is the most important of all the cereals. Wheat is the staple food in the countries located in the mid-latitude and in the dry subtropical regions. Geographical requirement. Undulating plain areas. Moderate temperature of about 15 degrees Celsius. Moderate rainfall of about 75 centimeter during the growing season. Bright and sunny weather during the time of harvest. Maize. Maize is the third largest cereal crop. It is the staple food of the people of Latin America. Geographical requirement. Undulating relief. Moderate temperature of about 20 degrees Celsius during the growing period. Moderate rainfall of about 50 centimeter to 100 centimeter with frequent showers. Well-drained, deep and fertile soil. Sugarcane. Sugarcane belongs to the grass family. It is grown to obtain sweet juice, which is later converted into sugar. Geographical requirements. Hot and humid climate, level land and well-drained fertile soil. No accumulation of water in the field. Cotton. Cotton is the main raw material for the cotton textile industry. It is also the most widely used fiber to make cloth. Geographical requirement. High temperature of about 27 degrees Celsius during the growing period. Rainfall of about 60 centimeter to 100 centimeter in frequent showers. Fertile, well-drained soil, capable of retaining moisture, like the black cotton soil of the Deccan Plateau of India. Dry, clear and sunny weather during the time of ripening of the cotton balls. Tea. Tea is the most important beverage crop. It is grown only in tropical and subtropical regions. Geographical requirements. Sloping land to avoid waterlogging. Temperature of about 25 degrees Celsius is most suitable. Annual rainfall of about 250 centimeter well distributed throughout the year. Deep, well-drained, fertile soil. Cheap labor for picking the leaves. Coffee. Coffee is the second most popular beverage of the world. Coffee powder is obtained by grinding the roasted coffee beans or berries. Geographical requirement. Average temperature of about 22 degrees Celsius. Annual rainfall ranging between 150 centimeter to 250 centimeter. Well-drained, loamy soil with high humus content derived from igneous rock. Shelter from direct sunlight. Therefore, shady trees are planted in the plantations to give shade to the coffee plant. Chapter 20. Manufacturing Industries. Producing useful articles from raw materials is called manufacturing. Man has been making useful goods since early times. The Industrial Revolution in the 18th century completely changed the method of production of goods. Machines were invented and the work was now done with the help of machines. Manual and animal power was replaced by thermal and hydel power, which fueled the machines. Nowadays, many economic activities have been associated with modern industry. Any economic activity which is associated with the production of goods or services is called an industry. The extraction of minerals, production of goods, or provision of services are also called industries. Classification of industries. There are several factors that determine the size, location, growth and development of manufacturing industries. These factors include availability of raw materials, sources of power, water supply, availability of skilled laborers, capital investment, market for manufactured goods, transport facilities, and ownership. Thus, industries can be classified into several groups on the basis of raw materials. Agro-based industries. Agro-based industries obtain raw materials from agriculture, that is, plants and animals. Cotton textile, jute textile, silk textile, vegetable oil, sugar and food processing are agro-based industries. Mineral-based industries. Mineral-based industries obtain raw materials from rocks and minerals. Iron and steel, aluminium and cement are mineral-based industries. Pastoral-based industries. Pastoral-based industries obtain raw materials from animals like sheep, goats and cows. They use hides, skins, bones, horns, flesh and milk. Woolen textiles. Leather goods and dairy products are pastoral-based industries. Marine-based industries. Marine-based industries derive their raw materials from seas and oceans. Processing of seafood and manufacturing fish oil are marine-based industries. Forest-based industries. Forest-based industries derive their raw materials from plants such as trees, bushes, and grasses. Paper, cardboard, rayon, lac, resin, and furniture are forest-based industries. On the basis of size. The size of an industry depends upon the amount of capital invested, number of laborers employed, and the amount of goods produced. Cottage industries. In a cottage industry, mostly the members of the family make goods from the locally available raw materials. Small-scale industries. Small-scale industries use power-driven machines. Raw materials are obtained from outside and goods are sold through traders. Large-scale industries. Large-scale industries use heavy power-driven machines, huge capital investment, thousands of laborers, and a complex management system. They bring in raw materials from far-off places and send the finished products to distant markets. Iron and petrochemicals are examples of large-scale industries. On the basis of ownership. Private sector industries. Industries which are owned and managed by an individual or a group of individuals are called private sector industries. Reliance Industries, Tata Steel, Hindustan Motors are private sector industries. Public sector industries. Industries which are owned and managed by central government or state government, or their agencies are called public sector industries. Bhilai Steel and Bharat Heavy Electricals are examples of public sector industries. Joint sector industries. Joint sector industries are owned and managed jointly by private firms and government agencies. Gujarat Alkalis, Punjab National Bank, and Oil India are joint sector industries. Cooperative sector industries. Those industries which are owned and managed by a group of people are called cooperative sector industries. Generally, the members are the producers of raw materials. Examples of such industries are handloom, food processing, and dairy products. Amul and Lijjat Papad are the examples of cooperative sector industry. Multinational companies. Some companies are set up in collaboration with foreign investors. These industries or companies are called multinational companies. Such industries are owned and managed by members of 2 or more countries. These include companies like Maruti Udyog and Coca-Cola. Major industries of the world. The major industries of the world are the iron and steel industry, the cotton textile industry, and the information technology industry. Let's study about these industries. Iron and steel industry. Iron and steel industry forms the backbone of any country's industrial progress. The iron and steel manufactured from this industry is used to make all kinds of machines and tools which are used by other industries. Therefore, it is called the basic industry. The products from the iron and steel industry are used as raw materials for other industries. Main raw materials needed for the iron and steel industry are iron ore, coal, limestone, manganese, labor, capital, and other infrastructure. The processes include refining iron ore and making steel. Iron ore is usually smelted in a blast furnace. The output obtained is iron and steel. The molten iron, after being separated from the iron ore, is either cooled or molded to make pig iron. Iron in the form of steel is important due to its hardness, strength, and durability. USA has a number of steel-producing regions like Alabama, Pittsburgh, Lake Erie region, and the Mid-Atlantic states. Europe, UK, Germany, Sweden, France, Italy, Poland, Belgium, and Austria have well-developed iron and steel industries. In Asia, China, Japan, and India have well-developed this industry. Other important iron and steel producing countries are Australia, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Chile, Algeria, Egypt, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. Cotton textile industry. Woven fabric is called textile. It is one of our basic needs. A variety of materials are used to make cloth. These materials are obtained from fibers obtained from plants, animals, or chemicals. Cotton textiles are mainly manufactured in USA, China, India, Russia, UK, Japan, Brazil, and Italy. In recent years, the cotton textile industry has shifted from the temperate regions of USA and Europe to the cotton growing areas. Information technology, IT industry. Information technology, IT, is a science which uses software and computers to manage information. It is used for processing, protecting, securing, storing, receiving, and retrieving information. Information technology has brought a revolution in the field of communication. This has made communication not only cheaper, but also quicker and easily accessible. Chapter 21. Industries. Comparative Studies. You know that manufacturing industries are unevenly distributed in the world. Some important factors that determine the location of industries are the availability of power, raw materials, labor, capital, market, and transport facilities. The centers can become ideal sites when all the facilities are readily available. A comparative study of same kind of industry located in two different countries helps us a lot in understanding the whole situation in a far better way. Iron and steel industry. Let us study about the iron and steel industry located in Jamshedpur, India, and the same kind of industry located in Pittsburgh, USA. Tata Steel is the oldest and the largest integrated iron and steel plant in India. It is a private sector industry. This company was established by Jamshedji Tata at Sakchi in the Singhbhum district of Bihar. Later, the city was renamed Jamshedpur. Jamshedpur has the following locational advantages. Good quality hematite, an iron ore of iron brought from the Singhbhum district of Jharkhand and the Mayurbhanj district of Odisha. Good quality coking coal is obtained from Jharia and Raniganj coal mines. Manganese is brought from Keonjhar district in Odisha. Limestone and dolomite, which are used as flux materials, are available from the Sundargarh district of Odisha and Palamu, Hazaribagh and Ranchi districts of Jharkhand. Sufficient amount of water is available from the Subarnarekha river and a reservoir at the Kharkai river. Laborers are easily available from the states of West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand and Uttar Pradesh. Kolkata, located at a distance of about 240 km from Jamshedpur, provides ready market for the products. Jamshedpur is connected to Kolkata, Mumbai and Chennai by an efficient network of roadways and railways. Kolkata, an important port, is used for importing and exporting goods. Pittsburgh, USA. Pittsburgh is an important city in southwest Pennsylvania, USA. The city is located at the confluence of Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. The Pittsburgh-Youngstown district is the leading center of iron and steel industry. Its location near the North Appalachian coal fields had enhanced its commercial and industrial growth in the 19th century. Availability of high-grade iron ore from the northern fields. Availability of high-grade coking coal in large quantities from the nearby Appalachian coal fields. Sufficient water supply from the river. Great Lakes provide easy and cheap inland water transport. Availability of laborers, both skilled and unskilled, from the countries of Europe and other parts of USA. Most furnaces and steel plants located along the river banks readily receive and dispatch heavy freight. Thousands of factories in this region provide a ready market for the finished products. Cotton textile industry. Ahmedabad, India. India has been a major center of cotton textile production until the British rule. The elite European society used to specially demand the high-quality muslin of Dhaka, chintz of Musalepatnam, calicos of Calicut, and gold wrought of Burhanpur and Surat. However, the Indian cotton textile industry suffered a major setback during the British rule. First cotton textile industry in India was set up in Maharashtra. Mumbai, then Bombay, was the largest center. Later, the cotton textile industry developed in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The first successful cotton textile mill was established here in 1859. It soon became the largest cotton textile manufacturing center in Gujarat and the second largest textile manufacturing center in India after Mumbai. The factors favorable for the development of cotton textile industry in Ahmedabad are as follows. Nearness to the cotton producing belt of India. Ahmedabad, situated in the plains, provided scope for the establishment and future expansion of the cotton mills. Ahmedabad is located on the bank of the Sabarmati River, which provides sufficient fresh water. Humid climate favors spinning and weaving. Availability of cheap hydroelectricity is readily available. Availability of cheap skilled and semi-skilled laborers from the densely populated states of Gujarat and Maharashtra. Well-developed rail and road networks help in easy transportation of finished goods to other parts of the country. Osaka, Japan. The Hanshin area, including Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto, is an important textile manufacturing region in Japan. Its importance is next only to the Nobi Plain around Nagoya. Japan started as a low-cost producer. Since then, both the cost of production and the quality of goods produced have risen steadily. The textile industry flourished here due to the following geographical advantages. Osaka, situated in the plain, provided scope for the establishment and future expansion of the textile mills. Warm and humid climate throughout the year favors spinning and weaving. Osaka, situated on the coast, has the ideal location for the import of raw materials and the export of finished goods. The region is located close to coal fields and water power resources. Availability of cheap laborers. Availability of sufficient fresh water from the Yodo River. New and technologically advanced machinery along with efficient organization made the industry profitable. Information technology industry. The information technology industry is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. The industry mainly deals with the development of hardware and software. Their work includes data management, networking, developing computer hardware, database and software design, and the management of the entire system. Bengaluru, India. Bengaluru, the capital of Karnataka, is located at an elevation of about 900 meters above sea level on the Deccan Plateau. The city experiences mild climate throughout the year. Science and technology are popular fields of study in Karnataka. Therefore, Bengaluru has the largest number of educational institutions and information technology colleges. Since the 1950s, many public sector high-tech industries such as Bharat Electronics Limited (BEL), Hindustan Aeronautics Limited (HAL), Indian Telephone Industries Limited (ITIL), and Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited (BHEL) were established in Bengaluru by the Government of India. This has made it an important industrial center in the country. The city enjoys the following advantages for the location of industry. Presence of many high-tech industries, highly educated and skilled labor force, science, engineering and technology are well developed. Strong support from the state and the central governments. Silicon Valley, USA. The term Silicon Valley was originally used to describe the Santa Clara County in the state of California in USA. Silicon Valley, situated in California at the western coast of USA, is known as the center of computer and electronics industry as well as digital economy and the internet. The Silicon Valley is surrounded by the San Francisco Bay on the east, the Santa Cruz Mountains on the west, and the Pacific Coast Ranges on the southeast. This area was a rich agricultural region and was popular for citrus fruits. The credit for developing the Silicon Valley into a great center of computer and electronic industry goes to Frederick E. Terman, 1900 to 92, who was a renowned electrical engineer and administrator. After doing his PhD from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, he joined the Stanford University in California as the head of the electrical engineering department. He tried his level best to bring the Stanford University to the level of Massachusetts Institute of Technology and laid emphasis not only on electric power engineering but also on varied fields like electronics, computing, communications, etc. In 1951, he spearheaded the creation of the Stanford Industrial, later on renamed Research Park, where university land was given to high technology firms on long-term leases. Soon, a large number of high technology firms like Eastman Kodak Company, General Electric Company, Hewlett-Packard Company, Admiral Corporation, etc., established their centers at the Stanford Research Park. They soon turned the Stanford Research Park into America's premier high-technology manufacturing region. This was the beginning of the Silicon Valley. When more and more firms moved to this region, it assumed the name of Silicon Valley. According to an estimate from 1992 to 1999, the Silicon Valley created more than 230,000 jobs and accounted for about 40% of California's export trade. This is by no means a small achievement of the Silicon Valley to the prosperity of USA in general and California in particular. Chapter 22. Human Resources. The term human resource refers to the skilled people who help in the productivity of the country. Human resource is considered the most important of all resources because only humans convert a substance into a resource. Man, with his superior intelligence, has the ability to recognize the utility of a thing. Only humans can further process the resource and bring it to a form which can be used easily. In fact, every human being is a potential resource. At the time of his birth, if he gets right upbringing, proper health care, nutrition, and education, he grows up to become an actual resource. Therefore, it can be said that a person who is physically, mentally, and emotionally healthy, educated, technically skilled, and contributes towards the development of society constitutes human resource. Distribution of population. Population is unevenly distributed in the world. More than 90% of the world's total population live in about 10% of the total land surface. The number of people living in 1 square kilometer area of land is called population density. The population density varies from one area to another. According to the population density, we can roughly divide the world into 3 regions: thickly populated areas, moderately populated areas, sparsely populated areas. Thickly populated areas. Many parts of the world are thickly populated due to certain factors. The fertile river valleys and the industrial regions are densely populated. Eastern and Southern Asia are densely populated. This is because intensive cultivation is practiced here. Moderately populated areas. The moderately populated areas are mostly found between the densely and the sparsely populated areas. Most of these areas have developed new industries, facilities for irrigation and mining. Thus, people have migrated and settled in such areas. Central USA, tropical West Africa, southern parts of Russia, Eastern Europe, Deccan Plateau of India, Central China, and parts of South America are moderately populated. Sparsely populated areas. The sparsely populated areas are the hot deserts, cold deserts, and the high mountainous areas. Tundra region in the north, the thickly forested areas of the Amazon and the Congo basins as well as the Sahara Desert have sparse population. Factors affecting the distribution of population. There are many physical, social, cultural, and economic factors responsible for the distribution of population all across the world. Relief. The plains have higher population density as compared to the mountainous regions. The steep mountain slopes restrict the availability of agricultural land, industries, transportation, and settlement. Climate. Climatic factors such as temperature and rainfall also influence the concentration of population. Extreme climate discourages concentration, while moderate climate favors human settlement. Vegetation. Dense forests restrict transportation, agriculture, and housing. Besides, dense forests grow in hot and humid areas. Such conditions discourage population habitation. Soil. Fertile soil is good for cultivation. The development of ancient civilizations in the river valleys was due to fertile soil. Water. Rivers are an important source of fresh water. They supply water for domestic purposes, agriculture, industries, and transport. Thus, people tend to settle in the river valleys. Mineral resources. Population is high in the areas rich in mineral deposits. This results in higher population density. The gold mines in Australia attracted people to this, otherwise barren desert land. Industries. Industries provide employment opportunities to people. Thus, people migrate to such areas not only from the surrounding areas, but also from far-off places. Means of transport. The economic activities are attracted to those areas which have an adequate and efficient network of transportation. Most of the cities are located either in the plains or along the coast, which provide adequate transportation facilities. Urbanization. The urban centers have diverse economic activities. Moreover, the urban areas also provide better living conditions than the villages. Thus, people migrate to cities in search of work. Population composition. Population composition refers to the structure of the population. Age, sex, literacy, and occupation are some of the components of population composition. These components vary greatly from country to country and from time to time. Age composition. Age composition refers to the number of people in each age group. Generally, the population of a country is broadly divided into children 0 to 14 years, adults 15 to 59 years, and aged 60 years and above. Sex ratio. Sex ratio is the number of females per 1,000 males. Generally, it should be balanced, but it has been noticed that male births exceed female births in almost all societies due to biological reasons. In underdeveloped countries, the sex ratio is often unfavorable to females. This is due to high female mortality. Chapter 23. Disaster Management. Disaster is an unfortunate resulting event of natural and man-made activities. A disaster can cause great destruction to life and property. Some common natural disasters are earthquakes, floods, droughts, cyclones, landslides, and forest fires. Earthquakes. Sudden movements under the Earth's crust cause vibrations of a part of the Earth's surface. These vibrations are known as earthquakes. The shaking movements set out by an earthquake are called seismic waves. The study of earthquakes is called seismology, and the scientists who study earthquakes are called seismologists. The place of origin of an earthquake is called its focus, and the place which is directly above the focus on the surface of the earth is called the epicenter. The occurrence of an earthquake is detected by a sensitive instrument called seismograph. The intensity of an earthquake is measured with the help of an instrument known as the Richter scale. Precautions against earthquakes. Do not panic. Move out of the house or school building quickly and carefully. Do not stay near windows, bookcases, mirrors, hanging pots and fans during or immediately after an earthquake. If trapped in a building, remain close to an interior wall and protect your head with your arms. Avoid using a lift. If you are in open, keep away from trees, signboards, buildings, poles and electric wires. Do not sit inside a car or a bus. If you are inside a theater hall, stadium or an auditorium, do not panic. Stay inside. Cyclones. Cyclones refer to the circulatory winds in the lower parts of the atmosphere. A cyclone develops when a low-pressure area is surrounded by high-pressure area. Thus, the winds blow towards the center at a very high speed and is destructive in nature. These winds are accompanied by heavy rains. Precautions against cyclones. Listen to weather bulletin on television and radio regularly. In case you listen to warning of a cyclone on radio or television, convey it to your near and dear ones and the people in your locality. Keep an emergency kit ready at home. Move to a safer place before the cyclone hits your area. Store enough non-perishable food articles in waterproof bags. Keep phone numbers of hospitals, police, help agencies, relatives and friends handy. After the cyclone, check gas leaks and dry the electrical appliances. Avoid flood water and be careful about snake bites. Floods. Floods are the most common disaster. They generally occur due to heavy rainfall or when river overflows. Flood may be caused due to overflowing of rivers in rainy season, strong tides and storms in the sea. Cyclones and tsunamis. Change in the course of a river. Faulty design of embankments, canals or dams. Deforestation. Precautions against floods. Be familiar with the routes and locations of safe shelters. Listen to the radio or watch television for warning and advice. Keep the first aid kit ready, especially for diarrhea and snake bites. Keep strong ropes for tying things. Keep a radio, torch, matchbox, candles and spare batteries. Keep adequate stock of fresh water, food articles and kerosene. Keep waterproof bags for packing food articles and clothes. Do not enter the flooded areas of unknown depth. Switch off power and electrical appliances. Drink only boiled water and eat only fresh cooked food. Drought. When a particular part of the earth has a little or no rain, it suffers an acute shortage of water. This situation is called drought. It affects human beings, animals and agricultural production. The drought-prone areas are those that experience low and variable rainfall. Precautions against drought. Store water in tanks. Develop rainwater harvesting systems. Promote drip irrigation. Increase forest cover through plantations. Encourage crop insurance schemes. Tsunamis. A tsunami can be caused by an undersea earthquake or a volcanic eruption. When an undersea earthquake occurs, it causes large areas of the seafloor to rise or subside. This leads to the occurrence of huge sea waves. Tsunami moves to the coasts at a high speed of about 500 to 1000 km per hour. When it approaches the coast, its speed slows down, due to which its height increases sometimes up to 30 meters. When a tsunami wave reaches the coast, it appears as a wall of water. With its tremendous energy, the fast-moving wave can crush houses and other structures in the coastal areas. Large objects such as ships can be pushed several kilometers inland. Precautions against tsunamis. If you are in the coastal area and experience an earthquake, move to safe place immediately after the shaking stops. Sometimes the seawater may recede up to 800 meters from the coast. Do not enter this temporary dry area as the seawater may come back soon. Know the height of your street above sea level and the distance from the coast. The areas of risk are less than 10 meters above sea level and within 2 kilometers from the coast. Prepare a plan of the evacuation route from your house, school or workplace and find an area about 30 meters above sea level. You should be able to reach a safe location in 15 minutes. The tsunami warning systems should be installed in high-risk zones. Chapter 24. Constitution, Laws and Dissent. Have you ever noticed what happens on the road when the traffic signal suddenly goes off? Yes, it leads to the traffic jam, and there is chaos all around. Do you know why this situation occurs? This situation occurs because there is no one to guide the traffic. A rule is necessary to guide the people. A rule is an established principle, a standard, or a guide for action. Rules are essential for efficient and proper governance of a country. These rules and principles are laid down in the Constitution. Constitution. A constitution is an important document laying down the fundamental principles of a country. The country is governed by these principles. Laws are also formulated according to them. Importance of Constitution. A constitution is very important for a country, but it has more importance in a democratic form of government because of the following reasons. Firstly, it lays out certain ideals according to which the country is to be governed. Secondly, the Constitution defines the country's political system, whether it should be a monarchy or a democracy. In a democracy, the people choose their leaders, but the latter can misuse their status or power. This may not happen as the Constitution provides certain safeguards against the misuse of power, so that they may not do any injustice to the people. Thirdly, in a democratic country, Constitution provides fundamental rights to the people, which save them not only from the tyranny of the state, but also from the tyranny of the majority against minority. Another important purpose of the Constitution in a democracy is to clearly demarcate the functions and processes of different organs of the government, so that there are the least chances of clash between them, which can lead to factionalism in the administration or conversion of democracy to dictatorship. Need for laws. Laws have an importance of their own. They regularize the civic life of the community. People cannot live together for any length of time without having certain recognized rules of conduct. Laws are important for the smooth running of society as well as for establishing peace and order in the state. Laws and dissent. Laws are formulated for the welfare of the people, but a situation may arise when a law might not be in the larger interest of people. What should the people do then? Should they obey the law or express their disagreement? If we look at our history, we will find many instances where people defined laws for the larger good of the country. Anti-liquor movement. After independence, the women of Andhra Pradesh organized a liquor movement. A group of courageous women came forward and decided to protest against the sale of liquor. They launched an anti-liquor movement. They knew that a ban on liquor shops would not be easy to enforce, as liquor was an important source of revenue for the government. However, after much protest, the ban was imposed. Laws have proved instrumental in bringing about social reforms. However, laws alone cannot curb social evils. Social awareness is also needed to change the mindset of the people. Chapter 25. Our Constitution. A constitution is a fundamental law of a country which reflects the fundamental principles on which the government of that country is based. Constitution lays down the framework and prime function of various organs of the government. Formation of our Constitution. The Constitution of India was framed by the Constituent Assembly that was set up under the Cabinet Mission Plan of 1946. The Constituent Assembly consisted of 389 members. 13 committees were set up for framing the Constitution. On the basis of the reports of these committees, a draft of the Constitution was prepared by a 7-member drafting committee under the chairmanship of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It took the Constituent Assembly 2 years, 11 months and 18 days to complete the task. The Constitution was adopted by the Constituent Assembly of India on 26 November 1949. However, it came into effect on 26 January 1950, a day selected for its historical significance. Features of our Constitution. In order to give the people of India the best possible Constitution, the framers of our Constitution studied and incorporated the best features of various constitutions of the world. The fundamental rights and the federal form of government were adopted from the Constitution of USA. The parliamentary system of government and single citizenship were adopted from the Constitution of UK. The directive principles of state policy were adopted from the Constitution of Ireland. The 5-year plans and fundamental duties were adopted from the Constitution of the former USSR. The Preamble. Indian Constitution begins with an introduction called the Preamble, which states the ideals that the nation should follow. It states the aims and objectives of the Constitution. It thus depicts the hopes and aspirations of the people of India. Every government must keep the main principles of our Constitution in mind while framing the laws. Let us read about some such principles. Sovereignty. Sovereignty refers to the freedom to govern oneself within a territory and to be free from any external control. All Indians are free to govern themselves and to make laws. There should be no external interference of any kind in the functioning of the government. Socialism. Indian Constitution provides social equality to all its citizens. Under social equality, everyone must have equal status and opportunities. Economic equality refers to equitable distribution of wealth and a decent standard of living for all. Secularism. India is a secular country. This means that there will be no state religion. All religions will be treated equally. The Constitution also guarantees the right to freedom of religion as a fundamental right. Democracy. Democracy refers to the government wherein people have the power to vote and elect their representatives to the government. These representatives then make laws on behalf of the people. In India, citizens who are 18 years old and above have the right to vote. This is known as universal adult franchise. Federalism. India as a federal nation means the country is governed by more than one level of government, that is, at the center and at the state. The president is the head of our country. The prime minister heads the government at the center, and the parliament makes laws for the country. Democratic Republic. India is a democratic republic. A democratic republic refers to a government chosen by the people. The term republic means that the head of the state shall not be a hereditary head, but will be chosen by the people through an election. In a republican form of government, the head is elected for a certain period of time. Fundamental rights. Rights which are considered essential or fundamental for the well-being of a person are called fundamental rights. They play a vital role in all-round development of a person. The fundamental rights are enshrined in Part 3 of our Constitution. Let us read about the 6 fundamental rights. Right to equality. All the citizens of our country are equal before law. This right is discussed in Articles 14 to 18 of Indian Constitution. No one will be discriminated against on the grounds of religion, race, castes, sex, or place of birth. Right to freedom. Freedom is the very essence of democracy. That is why our Constitution has guaranteed various kinds of freedom to the citizen of India, which are discussed in Articles 19 to 22 of the Constitution. Our Constitution guarantees 6 different freedoms to promote the ideal of liberty mentioned in the preamble. All citizens have the right to freedom of speech and expression, assemble peacefully and without arms, form associations and unions, move freely throughout the territory of India, reside and settle in any part of India, practice any profession and carry on any occupation, trade or business. Right against exploitation. Articles 23 to 24 abolish buying and selling of humans as well as all forms of forced labor. They also prohibit employing of children below the age of 14. Right to freedom of religion. Articles 25 to 28 of the Constitution deal with the freedom of religions and define India as a secular country. This implies that all religions are equal before the law. There is no state religion. Every citizen of India has right to follow and propagate any religion. Cultural and educational rights. India has a diverse culture and language. Each community possesses rich literary and artistic traditions. Articles 29 to 30 of our Constitution state that everyone has the right to develop and preserve his or her culture. Right to constitutional remedies. Article 32 of our Constitution safeguards our fundamental right by granting us the right to constitutional remedies. It is possible that the government may, on certain occasions, violate our fundamental rights. The right to constitutional remedies protects the citizen against any such violation. Directive Principles of State Policy. Part 4 of our Constitution contains guidelines given to the government to ensure the welfare of the people. These guidelines are called Directive Principles. These principles are directives to promote a just social order. The importance of these principles can be judged from the fact that the Supreme Court has referred to them as the conscience of the Constitution. It is essential that the government follows these principles in administrative and legislative law-making matters. Fundamental duties. Rights and duties go hand in hand. People will understand the value of rights only if they are under the obligation to perform certain duties. For this purpose, the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976 added some responsibilities to our Constitution called the Fundamental Duties. Chapter 26. The Parliamentary System. A government has mainly 3 organs: legislature, to make laws; executive, to give effects to the laws; and judiciary, to interpret the laws. In India, we have the parliamentary system, in which the legislature and the executive are closely linked. The members of the executive are drawn for the legislature in India, and the executive is responsible to the legislature. The parliament. The Indian Parliament consists of the President and the 2 houses of Parliament, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. The Parliament and the 2 houses form the Union Legislature, Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha is called the House of the People. This is because its members are elected directly by the people. Composition. There are total 552 seats in the Lok Sabha. Out of these, 530 members are elected from the state and 20 members are elected from the union territories. President of India can nominate 2 members from the Anglo-Indian community if he feels that the community is not adequately represented. At present, the Lok Sabha consists of 545 members, including the 2 nominated Anglo-Indian members. Eligibility. In order to become a member of the Lok Sabha, a candidate must be a citizen of India, not less than 25 years of age. A candidate can be disqualified if he holds an office of profit under the Government of India or the government of any state. He is of an unsound mind, he has acquired the citizenship of another country. Term. Normally, the tenure of the members of the Lok Sabha is 5 years. Procedure for election. Members of the Lok Sabha are elected through the general elections. Elections take place every 5 years. For the purpose of elections, the country is divided into constituencies. A constituency is a geographical area represented by a member of parliament. Only one person is elected from each constituency. All citizens who have attained the age of 18 years or above have the right to vote. Speaker. The members of parliament elect the presiding officer or the speaker of the Lok Sabha from among themselves. The speaker is chosen from the ruling party. Rajya Sabha. The Council of States or the Rajya Sabha is the upper house of the parliament. Composition. There can be a maximum of 250 members in the Rajya Sabha, out of which 238 members represent the state and the union territories. Members of the state legislative assemblies elect members of the Rajya Sabha. The vice president is the presiding officer or chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Eligibility. In order to become a member of the Rajya Sabha, a candidate must be a citizen of India, not less than 30 years of age. A candidate can be disqualified if he holds any office of profit under the government of India or the government of any state. He is of unsound mind. He has acquired the citizenship of another country. Term. The member of the Rajya Sabha are elected for a term of 6 years. 1/3 of its members retire every 2 years. Functions of the Parliament. The Parliament performs several functions. Some of them are introduction of new laws, financial control over the government's income, control over the executive, organ of information, introduction of new laws. The Parliament can introduce new laws and change the old ones. A law is first introduced in the form of a bill. A bill is the draft of a proposed law. The bills can be broadly classified into 3 categories. They are money bill, ordinary bills, constitutional amendment bills. Financial control over the government's income. The Parliament exercises strict vigilance over the finances of the state. The Parliament provides ways and means to raise the revenue required, and also ensures that the money so granted has been spent for the authorized purposes. The Parliament thus exercises financial control over the government through the budget, the Consolidated Fund of India, grants and contingency fund. Control over the executive. The Parliament exercises complete control over the executive. The Parliament keeps a check on the ministers and their work. Members of Parliament have the right to question the ministers about the policies and programs of the government. Organ of information. The Parliament works as an organ of information. Members of Parliament can call for any information except that which may threaten the security of the country. The information provided by the Parliament is truthful and precise. The President. The President of India is the head of the state. He is elected by an electoral college which consists of the elected members of both the houses of Parliament and the legislative assemblies of the states and the union territories of Delhi and Puducherry. The President is elected for a term of 5 years. Eligibility. A person should have the following eligibility to become the President. He or she must be a citizen of India, not less than 35 years of age, not holding any office of profit under the central, state or local government. Powers of the President. The powers of the President are discussed under the following. Legislative powers. The President has power to summon or suspend the Parliament. He has the power to dissolve the Lok Sabha in consultation with the Prime Minister. He can address either house or both houses of Parliament together. The President addresses a joint sitting of both houses of Parliament at the beginning of the first session, after each general election to the Lok Sabha, and at the beginning of the first session of each year. Executive powers. The President has the power to appoint the leader of the majority party as the Prime Minister, the governors of state, the Chief Justice and other judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court, the chairman and members of the UPSC, the Attorney General. Judicial power. The President can grant pardon or reduce the sentence of person convicted of any offence. He can also pardon a death sentence and reduce it to life imprisonment. Financial power. The President causes the annual budget and supplementary budget to be laid down before the Parliament. No money bill can be introduced in the Parliament unless recommended by the President. Military powers. The President is the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of India. Diplomatic power. The President represents India at international forums and receives ambassadors. The President appoints the ambassadors and the High Commissioners to other countries. All international treaties and agreements are concluded in his name. Emergency power. The Constitution vests extraordinary power in the President to deal with emergencies. He can impose emergency in case of an external aggression or an armed rebellion. If the constitutional machinery of a state breaks down, if there is a threat to the financial stability of the country, the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. As the President of India is the constitutional head, the real executive authority of the Union is exercised by the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. He is also the leader of the Lok Sabha. The President acts on the advice of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the link between the President and the legislature. He is also responsible for the effective functioning of the government. Council of Ministers. There is the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister to aid and advise the President in the exercise of his functions. Eligibility. To be appointed as a minister, a person must be a member of either House of Parliament. Function of the Council of Ministers. The Prime Minister is the head of the Council of Ministers. The Council works under the Prime Minister as a team. It is collectively responsible and is answerable to the Parliament for any decision taken by it. Chapter 27. The Judiciary. An independent judiciary is the foremost requirement for the success of a federal government. India has a single integrated judiciary system. The judiciary administers justice, interprets laws, protects the natural rights of the citizens, and looks into the union and state laws through a hierarchy of courts. The Supreme Court is at the top of this hierarchy, followed by the High Court and the subordinate courts at different levels of the judicial system. The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is at the apex of the judicial hierarchy. It is situated in New Delhi. It makes the final decisions which are then abided by all the courts of our country. Composition. It consists of the Chief Justice and 25 other judges. The Chief Justice heads the Supreme Court. Appointment. The President appoints the Chief Justice in consultation with the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court whom he deems necessary. Other judges are appointed by the President in consultation with the Chief Justice. Eligibility. A person must have the following eligibility to be appointed as Judge of the Supreme Court. Be a citizen of India. Have experience of at least 5 years as a Judge of a High Court, or at least 10 years as an advocate of a High Court, or be a distinguished jurist in the President's opinion. Term. The Chief Justice and other judges of the Supreme Court hold office till they attain the age of 65 years. Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction refers to the scope of authority of the Supreme Court to carry out judgments and enforce laws. The Supreme Court enjoys the following jurisdiction. Original jurisdiction. Original jurisdiction means that certain types of cases can originate in the Supreme Court alone. The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction in case of disputes between two states, disputes between the Union government and one or more state governments, cases which concern the violation of the Constitution by the government or anyone else, issue of writs for the enforcement of fundamental rights. Appellate jurisdiction. Appellate jurisdiction means the power of a court through which it can review the judgments of the high courts. The Supreme Court, being the highest judicial authority, has the power to review the decisions of the high courts and give its own judgments in matters of civil and criminal cases. Advisory jurisdiction. The President can refer to the Supreme Court for advisory opinion if there is an important question of law or fact that needs to be handled for public interest. However, the President is not bound to follow its advice. Judicial review. Judicial review is the power of the Supreme Court to examine the validity of the laws passed by the Union and the states. A law can also be annulled if found incompatible with the Constitution. The High Court. The High Court is the highest judicial organ in a state. The Parliament has the power to establish a common High Court for two or more states. Composition. Every High Court consists of a Chief Justice and other judges. The number of judges is decided according to the size of the state. Therefore, the number of judges varies from state to state. Appointment. The Chief Justice of the High Court is appointed by the President of India in consultation with the Chief Justice of India and the Governor of that state. The judges are appointed by the President in consultation with the Chief Justice of India, the Governor of that state, and the Chief Justice of the High Court of that state. Eligibility. Person should have the following qualifications. The person must be a citizen of India, should have 10 years of experience as an advocate of a high court or 2 or more such courts in succession. Term. The judges of the High Court hold the office till the age of 62. The procedure to remove the judges is the same as that of the Supreme Court judges. Jurisdiction. The High Court issues writs for the enforcement of fundamental rights. It passes rules on election, petitions, and other election-related disputes. It hears appeals in both civil and criminal cases against the decisions of the subordinate courts and reviews the judgments. It controls and supervises the working of the subordinate courts. Advocate General. An Advocate General is appointed in each state by the Governor of that state. He is required to advise the state government on legal issues and perform other legal duties as assigned by the Governor. His qualifications are the same as the judges of the High Court. Subordinate Courts. This is a court of law in each district of our country called Subordinate Court. It hears civil and criminal cases which pertain to the district in which the court is formed. The courts that hear civil cases at the district level are called the district courts, and those that hear criminal cases are called the sessions courts. Lok Adalat. Due to a large number of cases and lengthy time procedure, getting justice often becomes time-consuming and expensive in our country. For these reasons, Lok Adalat or the People's Court was set up to provide speedy justice. A Lok Adalat is presided over by a retired judge along with 2 other members, usually a lawyer and a social worker. The disputing parties put forward their own cases without advocates. The cases are solved through mutual understanding. No appeal can be made against the order of the Lok Adalat. Chapter 28. The Police and the Court. It is the duty of our government to protect our rights and provide us security. To discharge this duty, our government has set up a vast network of police departments. Every state and union territory has a network of police. There is a police station in every big neighborhood and in every big village. Besides, Providing safety and security to people, the police department maintains law and order in society. Police also help the judiciary system by preventing crime, investigating crime, and upholding the law. Hierarchy in police department. A district is divided into 5 or 6 subdivisions, each under the charge of a deputy superintendent of police. There are about 10 police stations or thanas, which are under the charge of an inspector of police. The sub-inspector, assistant sub-inspector, head constable, and constables work in each police station. The police appoints chowkidars in villages. They help the police to detect crimes and arrest the culprit. Supreme Court guidelines for the police. The Supreme Court has also issued certain guidelines to the police in order to protect the fundamental rights of the citizens. Some of these guidelines are: the time, the place of arrest, and the venue of custody of the person accused should be noted by the police. If the relatives of the accused do not reside with him, then the police should inform the relatives through a legal aid organization. The accused should be made aware of his rights immediately after the arrest. Article 22 of our Constitution also guarantees certain rights regarding protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Some such rights are as follows: the right to be informed of the reason for arrest at the time of arrest, the right to be defended by a legal practitioner of his choice, the right to be produced before the magistrate within 24 hours of arrest. First Information Report. The First Information Report, FIR, is the information recorded by the police officer on duty. Where to file an FIR? An FIR can be filed in the police station of the concerned area under whose jurisdiction the offence has occurred. How to file an FIR? A proper procedure to file an FIR is as follows. The informant meets the officer in charge at the police station and narrates the sequence of events. The officer writes down the complaint and it is signed by the informant. The information given is then entered in a book to be kept by the officer. A copy of the FIR is given to the informant. In an FIR, the following details are noted: the date and approximate hour when the crime was committed and reported, the place where it occurred, the name and address of the complainant, the name and address of the suspect, if any, description of the crime, in case of theft, details of property stolen, the section of the law which applies to the offence. Right to Information Act 2005. To increase the transparency in the government department, the Right to Information RTI Act was enforced on 12th October 2005. This act gives Indian citizens the right to demand information from public authority. The citizens, as per the act, have the right to look into the documents and records to check and verify the work done. They can also acquire the information sought in any form. Process of criminal justice. The court cannot act until or unless the case is brought before it. When a victim makes an appeal, only then the court acts. The procedure of a civil case and a criminal case is different. For example, in matters of family and property disputes, the involved parties approach the court and the court settles the matter. However, in criminal cases, the following procedure is adopted. The victim files an FIR. Once the FIR is filed, the police begins the investigation. It examines the crime scene, questions the witnesses, records statements, conducts a search, and collects evidence. It also interrogates the suspect and, if needed, arrests the suspect. After the investigation, if the police finds sufficient evidence against the accused, it arrests him. Then the police files a charge sheet in the magistrate's court. After the charge sheet has been filed, the trial begins. The accused is given the opportunity to defend himself. He can hire a lawyer of his choice to defend the case. This lawyer is known as the defense lawyer. The lawyer who presents the complainant's case known as the public prosecutor. The court awards punishment to the accused only when it has sufficient evidences to prove the accused guilty. Role of the defense lawyer. The defense lawyer appointed by the accused presents the case on behalf of the accused. The defense lawyer can cross-examine the witnesses and also ask the court to summon witnesses to prove that the accused is not guilty. Role of the public prosecutor. The public prosecutor presents the case of the complainant and is appointed by the state. The public prosecutor presents all the facts, evidences, and witnesses before the court to prove that the accused is guilty. Chapter 29. Marginalized Groups and Social Justice. Marginalization means forcing a person or a group of persons on the fringes or the margins and depriving him or his rightful place in the center of things. This may be due to several causes: religious, social, and economic. Some are marginalized because of their poverty, some because of their backward areas, different languages, different customs, or their different religious groups. Marginalized groups are those groups of the society which remained ignored in the past due to various social and economic causes. The chief among these groups are the scheduled castes, SCs, scheduled tribes, STs, other backward classes, OBCs, and the minorities. Scheduled castes. Until independence, India had a rigid caste-based society. The society was divided into high and low castes. The lower caste people were considered untouchables and hence they were excluded from the society. The framers of our constitution were aware of these discriminations, so they made special provisions in the constitution for the upliftment of the marginalized groups. One such group of marginalized people are known as scheduled castes. Sometimes they are also referred to as Dalits. Steps taken for the upliftment of SCs. The Constitution aims to protect their social, educational, economic and cultural interests. Some such steps are as follows. Untouchability has been abolished and its practice in any form is a punishable offence under Article 17. The scheduled castes cannot be denied entry to public places like temples, hotels, shops and restaurants. No child can be denied admission to any school or institution maintained by the state on the basis of her or his caste. Certain number of seats are reserved for the scheduled castes in educational institutions and in government jobs. To ensure the participation of the scheduled castes in the legislative process, some seats have been reserved for them in the Lok Sabha and in the Vidhan Sabhas. Scheduled tribes. The tribal communities or the tribes listed in the Indian Constitution are called scheduled tribes. They are also referred to as Adivasis. They are often grouped together with the category scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. According to the Census of India 2011, the scheduled tribes form 8.6% of India's population. Steps taken for the upliftment of STs. Our constitution has provided the scheduled tribes with some special provisions to safeguard their rights and uplift their status. Some of them are as follows. To protect the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes from any kind of atrocity, the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act was enacted in 1989. The Ministry of Tribal Affairs was set up in 1999 to look into the socio-economic development of the scheduled tribe. Scheduled tribes also have been given concessions and reservations. Some seats have been reserved for them in educational institutions, government jobs, the Lok Sabha, and in the Vidhan Sabhas. Other backward classes. Other backward classes, OBCs, have been defined in our constitution as socially and educationally backward classes. They have also been given constitutional safeguards to improve their condition. Steps taken for the upliftment of OBCs. 27% seats are reserved for OBCs in government jobs. The central and the state governments have launched various schemes for the welfare of the OBCs, such as pre-examination coaching to enable the candidates to compete in various competitive examinations. Financial assistance is given to the OBCs through pre-matric and post-matric scholarships. Interest-free loans are also given for technical education. The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment looks after the welfare of the OBCs. Minorities. The term minority is commonly used for those communities who are small in number in comparison to the rest of the population. Our constitution only talks of religious and linguistic minorities. 5 religious communities have been declared as minority communities. These are Muslims, Sikhs, Parsis, Christians and Buddhists. Our constitution guarantees some special rights to the minorities. Some of them are as follows. According to Article 29(1), all citizens have the right to conserve their distinct language, script or culture. According to Article 29(2), no citizen can be denied admission to any government or government-aided educational institution on the basis of religion, race, caste or language. According to Article 30, all religious and linguistic minorities can establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. According to Article 350, the state shall provide facilities to impart instruction in the mother tongue at the primary level. According to Article 350b, there shall be a special officer for linguistic minorities. Contribution of our social reformers to remove untouchability. Jyotiba Phule. He founded Satyashodhak Samaj in 1848. He welcomed everyone who came to join this Samaj without any distinction of caste and religion. Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi used the term Harijan, meaning people of God for untouchables, in 1930. He started an all-India anti-untouchability league and a weekly journal, Harijan, between 1933 to 1934. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He wrote, "Inequality is the soul of Hinduism." It was he who squarely put social reform on the agenda and launched a movement against untouchability. With his followers, he led a series of non-violent campaigns between 1927 and 1932 to assert the right of untouchables. Constitutional provision to abolish untouchability. The Constitution has laid down certain provisions to abolish untouchability. Article 15. Article 15 of our Constitution states that no Indian citizen shall be discriminated against on the basis of caste, creed, sex or religion. Article 17. Article 17 of Indian Constitution declares that the practice of untouchability in any form is a punishable offence. Chapter 30. Government and Economic Development. When India became independent on 15th August 1947, the economy of our country was very poor. Taking the country on the right track was a huge task before the leaders of our country. When the first independent government was formed in 1950, the then government decided to adopt the system of planned development for tackling the problems of poverty, rising prices and unequal incomes. Thus, the Planning Commission was constituted on 15th March 1950. The Prime Minister is the ex officio chairperson of the Planning Commission. The functions of the Planning Commission are as follows: assessing resources of the country, formulating plan for effective and balanced utilization of the country's resources, identifying the objectives of our economic policy, examining the extent of utilization of resources and the progress of the plans, supervising fair distribution of benefits of development to the largest number of people. 5-year plans. 12 5-year plans have been made so far by different governments in India, but to some reasons 6 annual plans were made. The 1965 Indo-Pakistan War, severe drought, price rise, devaluation of currency and reduction of resources available for planning purposes resulted in the formulation of 3 3 annual plans between 1966 and 1969. The 5th 5-year plan was terminated, which paved way for an annual plan in 1979 to 1980. Similarly, the 8th 5-year plan could not come into effect as a result of the fast-changing political situation at the center. This led to 2 annual plans between 1990 and 1992. Agriculture. Agriculture is the basis of the Indian economy. It provides us with food like wheat and rice and raw materials like cotton and jute for industries. Agricultural products like spices, sugar and tea are also important export items. Increase in agricultural production. Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was also the result of 5-year plan, which helped to increase the agricultural production by introducing farmers to modern agricultural machinery, high-yielding variety HYV seeds, fertilizers and pesticides, and irrigation. Let us read about them. Modern agricultural machinery. New agricultural machinery like tractors, sowing machines, threshers and harvesters were introduced. High-yielding variety seeds. Due to introduction of high-yielding variety of seeds, the agricultural output has increased manifolds. Fertilizers and pesticides. To increase the fertility of land, the use of fertilizers was encouraged. The government has established fertilizer manufacturing units in Sindri, Trombay, Neyveli, Rourkela and Nangal. Irrigation. A large part of agricultural land, about 60%, is still dependent on rainfall for irrigation. Delayed or insufficient monsoon often results in crop failure and less productivity. Moreover, HYV seeds require abundant water. Therefore, the government has taken various initiatives to increase irrigational facilities. Industries. In our modern world, industries play a vital role in the economic development of a nation. When India became independent, very few industries like textiles and sugar existed. Heavy industries were more or less non-existent. Industries contributed only 10% to the Indian economy in 1950 to 1951. Industrial growth. Our government realized that if India has to progress, it must establish a strong industrial base. The government of India took a decision as early as 1956 that it would follow a policy of mixed economy. Many large basic industries like iron and steel, cement, fertilizers, coaches and manufacturing factories were established by the government. These industries require huge investment and expert management to run them. Private people may not have that much money to put to risk. Therefore, the government took the initiative. There have also been attempts to have joint ventures where the ownership and management is shared by both the government and the private sectors. Cottage and small-scale industries are also an essential part of our economy. They produce exquisitely woven cloth and a variety of artistic and beautiful handicrafts and goods. Village industries, boards and corporations are set up to guide and help small industries. Small industrial training and service institutes are established to provide training and employment facilities to the people. Regulating economic activities. The government has an important role to play in the market. It has to ensure that there are no unfair practices that harm the interests of consumers, producers or workers. The government has formulated and enforced many laws to protect the interests of various groups. Law on minimum wages. The Minimum Wages Act ensures workers, especially farm laborers, construction or factory workers, domestic workers, etc., are not exploited by their employers and forced to work at poor wages. The Act lays down a minimum amount that has to be paid to workers. This amount is increased every few years. Law on safety measures in workplaces. This law makes it compulsory to have safety measures such as fire alarms, emergency exits, etc. in workplaces. The government enforces this law in many ways. For example, it employs inspectors to check safety procedures in factories. Law against child labor. As per the 2001 census, there are over 12 million child laborers between 5 and 14 years of age in India. In 2006, the government banned employment of children below below 14 years of age as domestic help or in tea shops, restaurants, businesses, etc. Regulating prices of essential commodities. The government also makes sure that the prices of essential commodities, that is sugar, food grains, etc., do not rise beyond a certain level. Among other things, the Essential Commodities Act allows governments to control prices at which such commodities can be bought or sold and to maintain stocks of the commodities to guard against any shortage. The Public Distribution System (PDS) provides food items at low rates to people below the poverty line. Standards on goods. In order to ensure that consumers are not put to risk by poor quality appliances or products, the government has enforced the law that requires all goods made prescribed standards. Social sector. It is the duty of our government to provide education, sanitation, health service, housing, drinking water, etc. to the citizens. Let's know what our government has done and is doing presently for the welfare of society. Education. The government launched the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan in 2001. This program encourages and promotes universal elementary education for all children in the age group of 6 to 14 irrespective of their caste and gender. Sanitation. Our government has launched several incentive-based programs like Nirmal Gram Puraskar 2002 to promote rural sanitation. In urban areas, recycling and reuse of sewage is encouraged. Health. The government started the National Rural Health Mission in 2005 to provide better health care facilities to the rural population throughout the country. Similarly, the National Urban Health Mission was launched to provide health care for the people living in slums in cities. Employment. Our government started the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme in 2006. The scheme provides legal guarantee of 100 days employment every year to adult members of rural areas below poverty line. Housing. To improve the conditions of the poor in the urban slums, programs like Basic Services to the Urban Poor (PSUP) and Integrated Housing and Slum Development Programs (IHSDP) have been initiated. These aim to provide housing facilities, basic services and other civic amenities to the urban poor. In rural areas, Indira Awas Yojana was launched to meet the shortage of housing